The mystery begins not in the present, but in the ruins of time itself. For thousands of years, humanity has looked at the world around it with a strange sense of déjà vu, as if we've been here before. Civilizations rise, reach impossible heights, and then vanish as if swallowed by the earth. Ancient temples crumble beneath shifting sands. Myths echo through generations, and somewhere in the spaces between archaeology and memory, there lingers a haunting question. Did humanity reset after a forgotten global cataclysm? Imagine for a moment the entire timeline of human existence compressed into a single day. Recorded history, from the pyramids to modern cities, would occupy only the last few minutes before midnight. Everything before that is darkness, a silence punctuated by scattered clues, impossible artifacts, and stories that seem too similar to be coincidence. The flood myths of Sumer, the fiery destruction of Atlantis, the drowned kingdoms of the Pacific, they all whisper of a time when the world ended, and a few survivors carried fragments of memory into a new dawn. This isn't just mythology. In recent decades, scientists and independent researchers have begun to uncover geological and archaeological evidence suggesting that something catastrophic happened around 12,800 years ago, an event so violent, so global in scale, that it might have wiped clean the slate of human civilization. A sudden freeze gripped the planet. Sea levels surged, entire species vanished, and early cultures disappeared without a trace. The question is not whether a disaster occurred, but whether advanced humans were here before it. For centuries, mainstream academia has dismissed such ideas as fantasy, placing the rise of civilization neatly within the last 6,000 years. Yet the Earth itself seems to disagree. Beneath layers of ice, sand, and sediment lie monuments that shouldn't exist, alignments too precise to be accidental, and anomalies that defy explanation. Each new discovery challenges a story we've been taught, that human progress is a straight line from primitive caves to modern skyscrapers. What if instead it's a cycle? What if our ancestors once reached technological or spiritual heights far beyond our comprehension, only to be erased by a cataclysmic event that forced humanity to start again from zero? The thought is unsettling because it changes everything we know about ourselves. If we are the survivors of forgotten apocalypse, then history isn't just a record of progress. It's a warning. Every great monument might be a message, every myth of memory encoded for future generations. And if ancient cultures like those who built Göbekli Tepe, the pyramids, or the megaliths of South America were not primitive at all, but inheritors of lost knowledge, then our modern world is not the pinnacle of human achievement, but merely the latest chapter in a repeating story. This documentary will take you across continents and through time to explore that possibility. We'll examine forbidden archaeology, the anomalies that scholars prefer to ignore, the ancient maps that depict the world before the last ice age, the structures that hint at engineering beyond our current understanding. We'll dive deep into geology and myth, following the trail of clues left in stone, ice, and legend. Along the way, we'll confront uncomfortable questions. Who were the people erased from memory? What knowledge did they possess? And most disturbingly, could the same forces that destroyed them be returning once again? The deeper we dig, the stranger becomes. Across the globe, the same patterns emerge. Stories of fire from the sky, of rising waters and falling stars, of gods who fled underground or sailed to new lands after the destruction of their own. The same astronomical symbols appear in distant cultures that supposedly never met, suggesting a shared source of knowledge predating known civilization. It's as if the survivors of a global disaster scattered across the earth, rebuilding from scratch and encoding their warnings in myth, architecture, and ritual. What we're left with today are fragments, echoes of a civilization we've long forgotten. Mainstream science calls them coincidences or myths. But as new discoveries push the boundaries of what we thought possible, those coincidences begin to look like patterns, and those myths like history. By the end of this journey, you'll see that the question isn't simply whether a cataclysm once reset humanity, but whether we're living in the aftermath of one, and whether another reset is inevitable. The clues are everywhere. In the ruins beneath the ocean, in the symbols carved into ancient stone, in the very DNA of our species. Humanity may not be as young, nor as unique as we believe. Our story may not have started 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. It may have started long before, in a forgotten age of brilliance and tragedy, erased by forces beyond imagination. Tonight, we will piece together that hidden history. Because to understand where we are going, we must first remember what the world has tried so hard to make us forget. Long before the first cities rose from river valleys, and before the earliest kings carved their names into stone, humanity whispered a time that came before, a world now lost, a memory fading into myth. Across every continent, every culture, and every age, there are echoes of something that once was. Stories of fire, water, darkness, and rebirth. These are not the scattered fantasies of isolated tribes. They are the shared memory of a global trauma, retold in different tongues but speaking of the same haunting truth. Once, something happened that nearly erased us. The echoes of that forgotten time ripple through the world's oldest myths. In Mesopotamia, scribes etched tales of floods sent by gods to cleanse the earth. In ancient Mesoamerica, the Popol Vuh tells of previous worlds destroyed by water and fire. The Greeks spoke of ages of man, gold, silver, bronze, each one ending in catastrophe. Even the aboriginal dreamtime and Norse sagas of Ragnarok speak of sky fire and floods that reset creation itself. These stories may sound symbolic, yet they all describe similar cataclysmic patterns: celestial events, global floods, and chosen survivors who rebuild the world. It's as if humanity carries a scar in its collective memory, a subconscious reminder of the day the sky fell and the oceans rose. Myths are often dismissed as allegory, but what if they are encoded survival stories? What if the earliest storytellers weren't inventing legends, but preserving what they saw with their own eyes, the last memories of a dying world? To explore this possibility, we must step into the shadowed realm of cultural memory, the way civilizations transmit history through symbolism, ritual, and story long after the facts have been forgotten. Long before written language, myths were the only archive. Each generation repeated them not as entertainment, but as sacred duty. The details blurred over millennia, yet the core message remained intact. Destruction comes in cycles, and humanity has survived it before. Consider the remarkable consistency of flood myths. The ancient Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh tells of Utnapishtim, a man warned by a god to build a vessel and preserve life from a divine deluge. Thousands of miles away, the Hopi in North America tell of a great flood sent by the Spider-Woman, who guided the righteous into hollow reeds to survive. In South America, the Incas spoke of Viracocha, who created humanity and then destroyed it with water when they turned wicked. Half a world apart, these stories all share a near-identical structure: a warning, a flood, the preservation of knowledge, and a rebirth. Even more striking are the pre-flood civilizations described in myth. Highly advanced cultures that fell in an instant. The Atlanteans, according to Plato, were masters of engineering and philosophy before their island sank in a single day and night of misfortune. The Mayans wrote of the first people, beings of great wisdom who angered the gods and were wiped out by floods and fire. Polynesian myths tell of lands swallowed by the sea, while the Zulus speak of star people who fell from the heavens before the world was purified. Different names, different symbols, but the same underlying story: a forgotten age, a catastrophic fall, and a rebirth from the ashes. If these tales were isolated, we might dismiss them as coincidence. But when the same themes appear in cultures that never had contact, it suggests something deeper, a shared origin story buried in the human psyche. Anthropologists call this archetypal memory, the idea that certain events were so traumatic and so widespread that they became imprinted in our collective unconscious. But what if these weren't just mental imprints? What if these were fragmented oral histories of real survivors, their memories echoing across time like fading signals from a broken world? Across the globe, we also find ancient rituals that seem to reenact this forgotten catastrophe. The Egyptian Book of the Dead speaks of the inundation of Nun, a flood of chaos that ends one age and begins another. In Hindu cosmology, time is divided into vast cycles called yugas, each ending in destruction before the next begins. The Aztecs describe 5 suns, or 5 creations and destructions of the world, the current age being the 5th. It's as though our ancestors were obsessed with the idea that civilization doesn't evolve in a straight line, but in repeating rises and falls. Modern science, too, has found eerie parallels to these myths. Geological records show that around 12,800 years ago, Earth underwent a sudden and severe change, the beginning of what scientists call the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, sea levels shifted, and evidence suggests massive flooding events across the globe. For ancient humans who survived that period, the world would indeed have felt as though the gods themselves had turned against them. Ice melted, oceans rose, and continents were reshaped, a literal reset of the planet's surface. If those survivors passed their stories forward, they would become the foundation of the flood myths we know today. Imagine living through that. The sky darkening with ash, the sun dimming for years, the ocean swallowing the land. To the survivors, the trauma will be etched into memories so deeply that it could only be explained to divine intervention. The gods were angry. The world had to begin anew. Generations later, as people rebuilt, they would pass on these warnings through song, art, and ritual, never truly understanding that they were retelling the story of their ancestors' apocalypse. Even in the modern age, remnants of these echoes persist. The fear of Judgment Day, the myth of global floods, and our fascination with end-of-world prophecies are not new ideas. They are psychological relics of a time when humanity did face the end. It's possible that the human obsession with apocalypse stems from an ancient memory of the day our world actually ended. As we peel back these layers of myth and legend, we begin to see a pattern emerge, a universal story told in different ways, by people separated by oceans and ages. The names change, the gods differ, but the structure remains: destruction, survival, rebirth. It suggests that our ancestors may not have been primitive storytellers inventing creation myths, but historians desperately trying to preserve the truth of a lost epic. These echoes from the abyss of time hint at something more profound than coincidence. They whisper that our story may have begun long before history remembers, that civilization itself might be far older, more cyclical, and more fragile than we dare to believe. As we move deeper into the mystery, we will begin to uncover the traces left behind by that lost world, the ruins, the artifacts, and the geological scars that still bear witness to the day humanity nearly vanished. Because the echoes are not just stories. They are warnings from those who came before, urging us not to forget what the world can do when the cycle begins again. There comes a point in every ancient mystery where myth gives way to silence, an eerie gap in the story where something unspeakable happened, and history itself seems to have been erased. Around the world, we find such voids in the archaeological record, sudden breaks between thriving ancient cultures and what comes after them. Civilizations vanish, populations collapse, and knowledge that took millennia to build disappears almost overnight. It is as though someone reached into the timeline of humanity and pressed a cosmic reset button, a moment we might call the Great Erasure. To understand this mystery, we must first acknowledge that history, as we know it, is incomplete. The surviving record of humanity is not a continuous stream, but a broken chain of fragments, each separated by layers of destruction and loss. Fire, flood, shifting continents, and cosmic impacts have all conspired to bury the evidence of what came before. Archaeologists often talk about lost periods, dark ages where no written records exist, and even the physical traces of entire cultures vanish without a trace. These gaps are not random. They often align with global catastrophes that left their mark in both myth and geology. One of the most mysterious of these disappearances occurred roughly 12,800 years ago, the same time scientists now identify as the beginning of the Younger Dryas, an abrupt climate catastrophe that sent Earth spiraling back into near-glacial conditions. Before this event, the planet was emerging from the last ice age, a period of relative warmth when sea levels stabilized and human populations expanded. But suddenly, within a geological heartbeat, temperatures plunged, rainfall patterns collapsed, and global chaos ensued. Vast animal species vanished, entire ecosystems died, and early human settlements, many already experimenting with proto-agriculture, were wiped out. In geological records, this event appears as a dark, charred layer, what researchers call the black mat. Beneath it lie traces of vibrant life. Above it, the remains of extinction and abandonment. It's as if the Earth itself experienced a sudden, violent trauma. Scientists have long debated what caused it. Some blame a massive meltwater pulse from collapsing ice sheets that disrupted ocean currents. Others, more controversially, argue that the evidence points to something far more dramatic, a series of cosmic impacts that rained fire across continents, igniting global wildfires and plunging the planet into chaos. Whatever the cause, the effect was apocalyptic. Sea levels rose hundreds of feet over the next few thousand years, drowning coastlines and wiping clean entire continental shelves. If civilizations had existed in those low-lying regions, along now-submerged coastal plains or river deltas, their remains would lie buried beneath hundreds of meters of ocean sediment today, far beyond the reach of conventional archaeology. It's no wonder we find so little evidence of humanity's supposed prehistory. It's not that nothing existed before, it's that it was erased. The most haunting aspect of this erasure is how complete it was. Knowledge, art, and culture that might have taken thousands of years to develop vanished so utterly that later generations had to start from scratch. Consider the long, dark gaps between ancient civilizations. The builders of Göbekli Tepe, with their monumental architecture and advanced astronomical alignments, appeared suddenly out of nowhere around 9,600 BC, as if carrying forward a memory of a forgotten past. Yet no evolutionary line connects them to the hunter-gatherers who preceded them. Then, as mysteriously as they appeared, they buried their temple complex under tons of earth and disappeared, leaving behind a riddle carved in stone. Could this have been a symbolic act, a deliberate preservation of memory before the world changed again? Or were they the last descendants of a pre-cataclysmic culture, safeguarding remnants of a knowledge system that no longer had a place in the shattered world? Throughout ancient myth and archaeology alike, we see the same recurring signs of collapse. Massive urban centers suddenly abandoned, technologies lost, writing systems forgotten. The Indus Valley civilization, once home to sophisticated plumbing and urban planning, fades into obscurity with no clear cause. The mysterious builders of megalithic sites in South America, at places like Pumapunku and Tiwanaku, left behind stonework so precise that even modern engineers struggle to explain it, yet no records of their culture remain. It's as though each of these societies inherited fragments of an earlier knowledge, built briefly upon it, and then were erased again by forces beyond their control. This pattern mirrors the stories told in sacred texts. The Bible's book of Genesis, the Sumerian tablets, and the Mayan Popol Vuh all speak of gods or natural forces that cleanse the world to begin anew. In these accounts, the destruction is portrayed as divine punishment or purification, but perhaps those ancient scribes were preserving, in mythic language, the memory of real geological events, the melting of glaciers, the rising of seas, or the strike of a celestial body that darkened the sky. Imagine what that moment would have felt like to those who lived through it. The horizon blazing with fire, thunder that shook the earth, black rain falling from a red sky, rivers swelling into oceans, cities swallowed whole, and the sun disappearing behind a veil of dust for generations. To witness such devastation would shatter every belief in myth, every system of order and meaning. Survivors, scattered and traumatized, would cling to fragments of memory and ritual, passing them down through story. Those stories became myths, and the myths became the distorted remnants of truth that still echo today. The Great Erasure may not have been a single event but cascade, a combination of cosmic impacts, climate shifts, and floods that unfolded over centuries. Each wave of destruction wiped away evidence of what came before, until only legends remained. For mainstream archaeology, this poses an uncomfortable dilemma. If advanced human societies existed before the accepted dawn of civilization, their traces would be buried far beneath the current seabed or destroyed entirely by geological upheaval. In other words, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It may simply be evidence of obliteration. What we call prehistory may, in truth, be the aftermath of a forgotten age. And the monuments that rise inexplicably from the sands and jungles of the world may be not the beginnings of civilization, but its survivors, the last messages left behind by a people who watched their world burn. In this light, humanity's obsession with creation myths, apocalypse prophecies, and divine wrath takes on a chilling new meaning. Perhaps we are not merely haunted by imagination, but by memory, the memory of a time when everything ended. The Great Erasure was not just a loss of cities or monuments, but of identity itself. It was a deletion of our origins, the severing of continuity, the moment when humanity forgot who it once was. As we proceed deeper into this investigation, we will uncover the evidence that survived the erasure, the geological scars, the melted stones, the sudden disappearances that point to a catastrophe of unimaginable scale. Because history, as written by victors, begins only after the smoke clears. What came before that, the erased age, may hold the key to understanding why we are here at all, and what fate may await us when the cycle turns once more. When the world thawed at the end of the last ice age, it was not a gentle spring. It was chaos reborn. Imagine vast walls of ice stretching for thousands of miles, crushing mountains under their weight. Then, in a geological instant, they began to melt. Rivers swelled into oceans, continents drowned, and the earth itself seemed to tremble. From this cataclysmic transition emerged a world reshaped, one that would become the cradle of our civilization, but also the grave of everything that came before. This is the story of how the frozen world awakened, and with it, the evidence of disaster that changed humanity forever. For over 2 million years, the planet had been locked in the Pleistocene Ice Age, a time when colossal glaciers covered North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. Human life existed, but only as scattered hunter-gatherer tribes eking out survival at the edges of the frozen realm. Then, around 12,900 years ago, the Great Thaw began. The change was rapid, almost unthinkably so. Within mere centuries, perhaps even decades, global temperatures surged, ice sheets collapsed, and the Earth was flooded with more fresh water than at any other point in human history. What followed was an age of upheaval. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, torrential rain, and floods that rewrote coastlines and erased entire ecosystems. The evidence of this global chaos lies all around us, if we know where to look. In North America, geologists have identified colossal scars carved into the landscape by what they call meltwater pulses, sudden bursts of water released when glacial dams failed. The most famous of these, the Missoula floods, unleashed waves hundreds of feet high that tore across the Pacific Northwest, reshaping valleys and leaving behind giant ripple marks visible from space. In Europe, similar floods carved out the North Sea and the English Channel, turning Britain into an island. The same story repeats across the planet. Signs of violent flooding, rapid erosion, and continents in flux. But what caused this sudden meltdown? Mainstream science attributes it to the natural end of the last ice age, gradual warming driven by shifts in Earth's orbit and axial tilt. Yet some researchers have noted anomalies too sharp, too sudden, and too destructive to fit that model. According to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, a series of cometary fragments, possibly from a larger body entering the inner solar system, struck the northern ice sheets. The impacts would have vaporized an enormous amount of ice, sending shock waves through the atmosphere, igniting global fires, and plunging the planet into darkness. Ironically, this destruction may have triggered both the sudden cold snap of the Younger Dryas and the catastrophic floods that followed it. Across Greenland and North America, scientists have found a thin layer of soot and microspherules. Tiny glass-like particles form at extreme heat, dating precisely to this period. Mixed into that layer are traces of platinum and nanodiamonds, elements rarely found in Earth's crust but abundant in cosmic debris. It's as if the planet was showered by celestial shrapnel, leaving behind the chemical fingerprints of an extraterrestrial event. Beneath that layer, the bones of mammoths, giant sloths, and saber-toothed cats lie frozen in time, species that vanished almost instantly after the event. Above it, the record of extinction and silence begins. To the people who lived through this transformation, the world would have seemed to end in fire and water. Vast regions of habitable land disappeared beneath the rising seas. Ancient river valleys became oceans. Whole continents were split by the force of collapsing glaciers. Legends from every culture remember this transition not as a slow change, but as a sudden catastrophe. The Hopi speak of the world turned upside down. The Norse tell of Fimbulwinter, 3 years of darkness before the rebirth of the world. The Egyptians refer to a time when the sun stood still, and the Mayans describe the sky falling and the seas devouring the land. This awakening of the frozen world didn't just reshape geography, it reshaped humanity itself. Populations were forced to migrate, following the retreating ice and the new shorelines. Hunter-gatherer bands, displaced from their territories, began to cluster near fertile deltas and rivers formed by glacial melt. In these new environments, humans learned to cultivate crops, domesticate animals, and build the first permanent settlements. The birth of agriculture, the rise of early temples, and the dawn of civilization all coincide suspiciously with the final retreat of the ice around 9,600 BC, the very date Plato gives to the destruction of Atlantis. Coincidence or memory? Some scientists suggest that the rapid climate chaos of this era acted as an evolutionary crucible, a test that forced humanity to adapt or perish. Those who survived were not merely stronger, but perhaps more intelligent, more organized, and more desperate to preserve knowledge. It's no wonder that early cultures began to record their myths, align their temples to the stars, and measure the passage of time. For them, the sky was not a mystery, it was a warning. The cycles of the heavens were the key to predicting when the next great change might come. Even the geography of our planet still bears the scars of this awakening. Beneath the North Atlantic lies the remnants of vast freshwater outflows, their chemical signatures still detectable in ocean sediments. The sudden influx of this water likely disrupted the Gulf Stream, plunging the northern hemisphere into a deep freeze for over 1,000 years. When the climate warmed again, it did so with terrifying speed, melting glaciers at rates that modern scientists compare to today's worst-case scenarios. The echoes of that chaos still resonate in our climate today, as if the Earth remembers what it's capable of. What's most intriguing is that many ancient cultures seem to know that something massive had happened before them. They spoke of previous worlds destroyed by floods or fire, and their architecture often points back to heavens, as though tracking the cycles of destruction. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, built soon after the ice retreated, appeared in code astronomical data, perhaps a commemoration of catastrophe or a warning to future generations. The sudden leap in human sophistication at this time, art, agriculture, astronomy, feels less like invention and more like rediscovery. The frozen world awakening, then, may not have been just a geological event, but a civilizational reset. A global population reduced to scattered survivors, forced to rebuild amid ruins and rising seas. The story of humanity's beginning may, in truth, be the story of its rebirth, and the world we now inhabit, our continents, our coastlines, even our myths, are the remnants of that ancient transformation. Yet beneath the ice that remains, particularly in the vast, untouched expanse of Antarctica, lie questions we've barely begun to ask. Was it only natural forces that shaped the end of the Ice Age, or is something still buried under the glaciers waiting to be revealed? As we will see next, there may be more hidden beneath the frozen continent than just ice and stone. Some believe that the remnants of the forgotten world, the one erased by fire and flood, still sleep there, preserved in the cold, waiting for the next great awakening. The story of the Younger Dryas impact theory reads like a scientific detective novel, one filled with controversy, broken reputations, and a stubborn mystery that refuses to die. It begins with an anomaly buried deep within the Earth's sediments, a thin, dark layer of carbon-rich soil stretching across continents, marking the moment when the world suddenly changed. Above it, the record of extinction and chaos. Below it, a thriving Ice Age ecosystem. For years, scientists dismissed it as nothing more than a byproduct of gradual climate shifts. But a handful of researchers saw something else, evidence of catastrophe on a cosmic scale. The theory first gained traction in the early 2000s when a team of geologists and independent researchers noticed strange microscopic materials embedded in that black layer, nanodiamonds, melt glass, iridium, and platinum, substances typically associated with high-energy impacts. These were not products of volcanoes or forest fires. They were the fingerprints of something far more violent, an extraterrestrial collision. The team proposed that fragments of a massive comet, perhaps several kilometers wide, struck Earth roughly 12,800 years ago. The impacts, they claimed, vaporized glaciers, ignited continent-wide wildfires, and threw enough debris into the atmosphere to plunge the planet into a 1,000-year winter, the Younger Dryas cold period. Mainstream academia reacted with skepticism, even hostility. The idea of a comet impact rewriting the end of the Ice Age threatened to upend decades of climate models and archaeological timelines. The narrative that civilization emerged slowly, through steady progress and environmental stability, did not leave room for sudden cataclysm. Yet the evidence kept growing. Across North America and Europe, researchers found layers of soot, magnetic spherules, and high-temperature materials that could only have been produced by an explosion hotter than the surface of the sun. Some sites even showed glassy debris fused into ancient soil, the unmistakable mark of a cosmic firestorm. What makes this theory so controversial isn't just the science, it's what it implies. If the Younger Dryas impact really occurred, then every story of a global flood, every myth of fire falling from the sky, might be rooted in actual history. Humanity, barely emerging from its Ice Age existence, could have witnessed the end of an earlier world. The notion that a single celestial event could have erased entire cultures and forced survivors to start over challenges everything we think we know about our past. The resistance from the scientific establishment has been fierce. Critics argue that the data is inconsistent, that nanodiamonds can form in other conditions, and that the layered destruction isn't uniform worldwide. Funding for such studies has been difficult to obtain. Journals have been reluctant to publish findings that hint at catastrophic interpretations. Yet independent researchers, geologists, and even astronomers continue to present new evidence. Magnetic grains containing rare isotopes, elevated platinum concentrations in Greenland ice cores, and perfectly spherical melt droplets found in archaeological sites dating exactly to the Younger Dryas boundary. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence comes from the ice cores of Greenland. Scientists drilling deep into the frozen layers discovered a sudden spike in platinum concentration right at 12,800 years ago, a chemical signature consistent with a cosmic impact. Nearby, in North American dig sites, mammoth remains lie buried beneath layers of carbonized material, the aftermath of a global firestorm that left half the hemisphere burning. For an event to leave this much destruction, it must have been nothing short of apocalyptic. But not everyone who studies the Younger Dryas impact sees it purely as a physical catastrophe. Some, like geologist Randall Carlson and author Graham Hancock, argue that the event may have reset not only the planet's climate, but human civilization itself. They propose that before the impact, a more advanced global culture may have existed, a civilization capable of mapping coastlines and building monuments long before recorded history. When the comet fragment struck, this world was destroyed, leaving behind survivors who encoded their knowledge in myth, architecture, and star alignments. Such claims straddle the uneasy line between science and forbidden archaeology. To traditional scholars, they verge on heresy. To seekers of lost history, they explain the unexplainable. How else could ancient builders have possessed such advanced astronomical knowledge? How could they have remembered precise details about pre-glacial geography unless they had lived through it? The Younger Dryas, in this view, wasn't just a climatic downturn. It was the moment humanity's first chapter ended. The skeptics, of course, are not without reason. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and many of the findings remain open to interpretation. The cosmic impact hypothesis doesn't yet have a clearly identified crater, though some researchers point to regions like the Great Lakes Basin or the icy plains of Greenland as candidates. Yet even without a definitive smoking gun, the convergence of clues is hard to ignore. Something sudden and catastrophic happened at that time, something powerful enough to burn forests from Alaska to Syria, to raise sea levels worldwide, and to extinguish the megafauna that had dominated the Ice Age for millennia. If the Younger Dryas impact theory is true, it forces us to rethink human resilience. The people who lived through it must have watched their world vanish in an inferno, then an endless winter, and yet they survived, adapting, rebuilding, and passing down their memories in the only form that can endure: story. Perhaps this is why ancient myths speak with such conviction about the anger of the gods, the fall of fire, and the deluge that followed. These weren't metaphors for moral decline. They were the fading recollections of survivors describing, in mythic language, the day the sky fell. The real tension, then, isn't just between science and speculation. It's between two worldviews, one that sees history as a gradual ascent from ignorance to civilization, and another that views it as a cycle of creation and destruction, knowledge, and amnesia. The Younger Dryas impact theory sits precisely at that crossroads, daring to suggest that humanity's greatest mystery is not how we advanced, but how much we lost. And so, the debate rages on, in laboratories, in documentaries, in the silent testimonies of ancient ruins. Whether accepted or denied, the evidence continues to surface like ghosts from the ice. Beneath our feet lies the story of a planet scarred by fire from the heavens. The question that lingers is not whether a cataclysm occurred, but how many times it has happened before, and whether, As history whispers through myth, it will happen again. When we look beneath the icy wastelands of Antarctica, we don't just see a frozen continent. We see a mystery encased in miles of ice. For centuries, it has been regarded as a desolate, lifeless region, a blank page on Earth's map. But what if that ice is not just a natural barrier? What if it is a vault, sealing away the remains of a forgotten chapter of human history? Over the past few decades, strange findings, unexplained anomalies, and ancient maps have begun to hint that Antarctica may not always have been the frozen desert we know today. Beneath its miles of glacial cover, some believe the remnants of a once thriving civilization could lie preserved, waiting to be rediscovered after 12,000 years of silence. The mystery begins with an ancient document, the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral and cartographer. This map, compiled from even older sources, depicts the coastlines of Europe, Africa, and South America with astonishing precision, centuries before modern exploration or satellite imaging. But the real enigma lies in its depiction of Antarctica. Not only does it show the continent, which wasn't officially discovered until 1820, but it portrays it without ice, complete with river deltas, mountain ranges, and a coastline that aligns eerily well with modern seismic surveys of the landmass beneath the ice. For decades, scholars dismissed the Piri Reis map as coincidence or artistic embellishment. Yet, as more ancient maps surface, the Orontius Phineas map of 1531, the Bloch map of 1737, and others, a pattern emerged. These maps all appear to depict an ice-free Antarctica, with detailed geography suggesting access to cartographic information from a time when the continent was not frozen. But how could that be possible? Mainstream geology tells us that Antarctica has been covered in ice for at least 30 million years. Still, ice core data suggests a much more complex history. Periods of melting, refreezing, and climatic instability that could have exposed parts of the continent in relatively recent geological time. Could be that during the late stages of the last ice age, before the Younger Dryas Cataclysm, Antarctica's coasts were ice-free and habitable? If so, who mapped them and how? The implication is staggering. An ancient civilization, technologically capable of global navigation and detailed geographic surveying, must have existed long before our recorded history began. This possibility has fascinated and enraged scientists in equal measure. It challenges the timeline of civilization itself, suggesting that human knowledge may have risen and fallen in cycles, with Antarctica representing the final resting place of one such forgotten epoch. Modern technology has deepened the mystery rather than dispelled it. Since the mid-20th century, radar and satellite imaging have been used to penetrate Antarctica's icy veil. Operation High Jump, a U.S. Navy mission conducted in 1946 to 47 under Admiral Richard E. Byrd, remains one of the most ambitious expeditions ever undertaken on the continent. Officially, it was a scientific survey, but declassified documents and eyewitness accounts hint at something more. Byrd himself later spoke cryptically about a vast land beyond the pole, an area as big as the United States, never before seen by human eyes. What did he mean? And why? After his expedition, did interest in Antarctica suddenly become a matter of intense international control? In 1959, the Antarctic Treaty was signed, prohibiting all military activity and restricting access to scientific missions only. To this day, no nation is allowed to exploit its resources or establish permanent settlements there. Why would a barren, frozen wasteland inspire such global cooperation and secrecy? Some researchers suspect the treaty may serve another purpose, to conceal what truly lies beneath. Subglacial radar scans have revealed baffling anomalies, geometric structures, unexplained heat sources, and even circular formations deep under the ice. One of the most famous, known as Lake Vostok anomaly, appears to emit a steady electromagnetic signal. Lake Vostok itself, buried under more than 2 miles of ice, remains one of the most isolated ecosystems on Earth, and possibly a time capsule from a forgotten world. Then there are the stories that refuse to go away. Tales of military encounters, secret bases, and strange sightings during post-war expeditions. Some whistleblowers claim that remnants of ancient technology, or even entire complexes, lie buried beneath the ice. While most of these accounts remain unverified, they continue to circulate among researchers of forbidden archaeology. Adding to the intrigue are the sudden and unexplained visits of high-ranking officials and religious figures to Antarctica, from John Kerry during the 2016 U.S. election to Russian Patriarch Kirill. None of these trips were fully explained, leading to widespread speculation about what prompted such urgent attention. Geological and satellite evidence adds another layer of complexity. In 2016, NASA's Operation Icebridge detected massive subglacial formations resembling artificial structures near the Ellsworth Mountains. Perfectly symmetrical ridges and rectangular shapes far too regular to be natural. Meanwhile, climate models suggest that during the last interglacial period, Antarctica may have experienced mild conditions along its coastlines, potentially allowing for vegetation, flowing rivers, and even human habitation. If an advanced Ice Age civilization did exist, Antarctica could have been its southernmost stronghold, a place of refuge during the chaos of the global floods. Many myths seem to preserve fragments of this possibility. The ancient Greeks spoke of a lost southern continent, Terra Australis Incognita, a land of wisdom and mystery. The Hopi legends tell of a world destroyed by ice where the ant people shelter humanity underground. Even Egyptian lore refers to the lands at the southern pole where the gods once dwelled. Could these stories be distorted echoes of real events, memories of an ancient Antarctic homeland swallowed by the last great freeze? Skeptics point out that there's no direct archaeological evidence to prove human habitation beneath Antarctica's ice. Yet, that may be precisely the problem. Access is restricted, and drilling through miles of ice remains technologically and politically complex. The scientific community maintains that most radar anomalies can be explained by natural geology, but even they admit that the continent hides a vast and poorly understood world beneath its frozen surface. Over 400 subglacial lakes, sprawling mountain ranges like the Gambrinus Mountains, and vast canyons as deep as the Grand Canyon lie unseen, all preserved in perfect, icy secrecy. Perhaps the most haunting question is not what lies beneath, but why the idea of a hidden Antarctic civilization refuses to fade. Could it be that humanity's collective memory, embedded in myth, religion, and esoteric tradition, instinctively recalls a time before the last great cataclysm? If so, then Antarctica may be more than a place. It may be the frozen tomb of an age that ended abruptly when the heavens fell and the seas rose. And as climate change accelerates the melting of polar ice today, we may be witnessing the first cracks in that tomb. Each year, satellites detect new melt zones, revealing previously hidden formations. Scientists claim they are geological, yet others whisper that the ice is giving up its secrets, layer by layer. Could the next great revelation about humanity's true past be waiting in the cold heart of Antarctica? Whatever lies buried beneath that endless white desert has survived 10,000 years of silence. But nature, as history shows, never keeps her secrets forever. The idea of hidden cities buried beneath ice or sand has long captured the human imagination. But what if it's more than just myth? Around the world, archaeologists are uncovering the remains of ancient settlements that defy everything we thought we knew about the timeline of human civilization. These sites don't just predate recorded history, they rewrite it. The deeper we dig, the more we find evidence that advanced societies existed thousands of years before the first known empires of Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. The ruins seem to whisper the same story over and over again. Humanity has risen before, fallen, and risen again. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey was the first major crack in the established historical narrative. Unearthed in the 1990s by archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, this site predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years, and yet its sophistication is staggering. Massive T-shaped limestone pillars, weighing up to 20 tons each, stand arranged in concentric circles. The stones are intricately carved with reliefs of animals, lions, snakes, vultures, and abstract symbols. There are no signs of agriculture, pottery, or metal tools at the site, and yet whoever built it achieved engineering precision far beyond what hunter-gatherers were thought capable of. According to conventional archaeology, Göbekli Tepe should not exist. It was built around 9,600 BCE, the exact period when the last ice age ended and the Younger Dryas period concluded. This coincides eerily with Plato's account of the fall of Atlantis. How could a supposedly primitive society, just emerging from a global cataclysm, suddenly construct such a monumental temple complex? Schmidt himself once said, It's as if someone just appeared overnight with knowledge far beyond their time. Even more baffling is the fact that Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried around 8000 BC. The fill material is uniform, as though the builders intentionally entombed their own creation. Why would an ancient people bury something so magnificent? Was it ritual closure, or a desperate attempt to protect knowledge before another catastrophe struck? Whatever the reason, the site's preservation has given us an unprecedented look into a world that may have been a remnant of a much older, forgotten civilization. But Göbekli Tepe is not alone. Across the globe, other ruins are emerging that challenge our linear view of progress. Off the coast of India, near Dwarka in the Gulf of Kambat, divers discovered a submerged city stretching for miles under the Arabian Sea. Radiocarbon dating of artifacts suggests parts of it could be over 9,000 years old, a time when mainstream history tells us only small farming villages existed. The site features roads, walls, and geometric layouts resembling planned urban design. Some Indian scholars even believe it could be the legendary city of Dwarka, the home of the god Krishna, described in ancient Vedic texts as being swallowed by the sea. Farther east, in Japan's Yonaguni Monument, divers have explored massive underwater terraces and step pyramid structures off the Ryukyu Islands. While some scientists argue they are natural formations, others point to the sharp right angles, staircase-like features, and what appears to be carvings and causeways, signs of human intervention. If man-made, Yonaguni could date back more than 10,000 years, again, before any known civilization. Its precise orientation to the cardinal points suggests astronomical knowledge, much like other megalithic sites worldwide. In South America, the high plains of Bolivia hold another enigma, the ancient city of Tiwanaku, officially dated to around 500 CE. Many alternative researchers argue that parts of the site, especially the megalithic structures like Pumapunku, are far older. The precision of the stonework there is breathtaking. Gigantic blocks of andesite and diorite, some weighing more than 100 tons, are cut with laser-like accuracy and interlock in complex geometric patterns. Even with today's tools, replicating such cuts would be difficult. How could pre-industrial societies have achieved this level of perfection? Some blocks contain perfectly drilled holes and right angles, so exact they appear machined. What connects all these sites, Göbekli Tepe, Dwarka, Yonaguni, Tiwanaku, is not just their age or mystery, but their alignment with the idea of forgotten civilization that perished in a global cataclysm. Each represents a thread in a web of lost human history. Each seems to emerge abruptly, as if knowledge had survived the Ice Age and been passed down to scattered survivors. It's as though an ancient memory, preserved across continents, guided the rebuilding of human culture in different forms. Myths from every corner of the world reinforce this possibility. The Sumerians spoke of antediluvian kings, rulers who reigned for thousands of years before the flood. The Egyptians told of Zep Tepi, the first time when gods walked among men and built the first temples. The Mayans described previous worlds destroyed by water and fire. Even the Bible story of the Great Flood, with Noah preserving life in an ark, may be a distorted memory of the global deluge that followed the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. Could these myths be records of survivors of the last reset, the remnants of a civilization wiped from the surface of the earth? Archaeologists who challenge the mainstream narrative often find themselves ostracized or ignored, but the discoveries keep coming. Satellite imagery and LiDAR technology are revealing vast networks of hidden ruins in the Amazon rainforest, suggesting that millions once lived in areas long assumed to be untouched wilderness. The recent uncovering of ancient roads, canals, and cities beneath dense foliage supports the idea that advanced, organized societies flourished and then vanished, swallowed by nature and time. One of the most tantalizing theories proposes that these ancient sites share a common origin, not culturally but technologically. The same principles of sacred geometry, astronomical alignment, and megalithic engineering appear across continents separated by oceans. From the pyramids of Egypt to the steppe ziggurats of Mesoamerica, the similarities are undeniable. Did all these civilizations independently invent the same methods, or were they inheriting a lost legacy, the fragments of a once global knowledge system? Even within academia, a quiet shift is occurring. A new generation of scientists is beginning to question the dogma of linear human development. Archaeogenetics has shown that modern humans are far older and more diverse than previously thought. Geological and climatological evidence confirms that catastrophic environmental changes did occur in deep prehistory. The pieces are aligning, slowly, reluctantly, into a picture that suggests our ancestors may have been far more sophisticated than we give them credit for. If Göbekli Tepe marks the dawn of recorded civilization, it also stands as a monument to what came before. Its builders may have been survivors, not inventors, of culture. Their temples may have been both sanctuaries and memorials, preserving the memory of a time when humanity lived under the shadow of gods, comets, and floods. And if that is true, then buried beneath the sands, the seas, and perhaps the ice of Antarctica are the remains of an even older world, a civilization erased not by progress, but by disaster. Each discovery brings us closer to that truth, but also closer to a question that lingers like a ghost over every ruin and relic. If humanity has risen before, how many times have we fallen? The deeper we journey into the story of our forgotten past, the more one ancient tale refuses to fade. The legend of Atlantis. For centuries, scholars, mystics, and explorers have obsessed over it. A lost civilization of astonishing advancement, swallowed by the sea in a single terrible day and night. To mainstream historians, Atlantis is a myth, a parable invented by Plato to illustrate the dangers of human arrogance. But what if it was more than allegory? What if it was a memory, distorted by time, yet rooted in truth, of a world that really did exist before the Great Flood? When we compare Plato's description with what we now know about the cataclysmic end of the last ice age, the parallels are impossible to ignore. Plato first spoke of Atlantis around 360 BCE in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. He claimed that the story came from the Egyptian priest Asaius, who told the Greek lawmaker Solon of a powerful island civilization that existed 9,000 years before your time. If we translate that to modern chronology, it places Atlantis around 9,600 BC. Precisely when the Younger Dryas period ended, global temperatures spiked, and sea levels rose by hundreds of feet. The timing alone has fueled centuries of speculation. According to Plato, Atlantis lay beyond the Pillars of Heracles, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, and was larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined. It was a land of abundant resources, advanced architecture, and divine kingship. Its people, descended from gods and mortals, mastered engineering, navigation, and spiritual sciences. They built concentric rings of land and sea around their capital, an image so distinctive that it has echoed in depictions of utopias and cosmic cities ever since. Yet, as their power grew, so did their pride. In Plato's account, they turned to conquest, threatening the world until a great cataclysm struck, earthquakes, floods, and one grievous day and night of misfortune, after which the island sank beneath the sea. What makes this legend remarkable is not just its content, but its context. Plato was not a writer of fantasy. He was a philosopher who used myth to convey truth. The Egyptian priest who told Solon the story claimed that the Greeks were like children, unable to remember the cycles of destruction and rebirth that humanity had endured. They said, "Many times and in many ways mankind has been destroyed, and you are left ignorant of it." Could Atlantis, then, represent not a single city, but an entire epic, a global civilization wiped away in the cataclysmic transition between Ice Age and Modern Age? As far-fetched as it sounds, ancient texts from around the world echo the same theme. In the Popol Vuh of the Maya, gods destroy previous worlds by fire and flood. In Hindu scripture, the Great Flood of Manu mirrors Noah's story, describing a deluge that drowns everything except those who were warned in advance. The Sumerians tell the city of Eridu, ruled by sages before the flood. Even in ancient Egypt, the first time, or Zep Tepi, was said to have ended in disaster, forcing the gods to retreat to the stars. Each myth describes a fall, not of divine beings, but of human greatness. The question is, where was Atlantis? Over the centuries, countless theories have emerged, some plausible, others fantastical. The Mediterranean has its candidates. The island of Santorini, ancient Thera, destroyed by a volcanic eruption around 1600 BC. Crete, home of the Minoan civilization, or even the submerged ruins near the Straits of Gibraltar. Yet none of these fit Plato's date, scale, or geographic clues. More recent research points toward entirely different possibilities. Regions now buried beneath ice or ocean. In the Atlantic Ocean, sonar scans have revealed curious underwater formations near the Azores Islands. Structures resembling walls, steps, and rectangles align along a plateau once above sea level. Geological studies confirm that during the last ice age, sea levels were up to 400 feet lower, exposing vast tracts of land that are now submerged. Could the Azores be the mountain peaks of a sunken Atlantean continent? Intriguingly, ancient maps like the Papyri Reefs also depict lands in the mid-Atlantic that no longer exist. Other theories take us even further afield. Some researchers propose that Atlantis was not in the Atlantic at all, but in Antarctica. This idea, popularized by the likes of Charles Hapgood and Graham Hancock, draws on evidence of crustal displacement. The theory that Earth's outer shell shifted dramatically during the last ice age, moving entire continents to new latitudes. In this model, a warm, habitable Antarctica could have been home to a thriving civilization before the poles shifted, burying it beneath ice. The geographic layout of Plato's Atlantis, circular plains surrounded by mountains and seas, even bears resemblance to the subglacial terrain mapped beneath East Antarctica's ice cap. Critics dismiss this as pseudoscience, but Hapgood's hypothesis was supported by none other than Albert Einstein, who wrote the foreword to his 1958 book Earth's Shifting Crust. Einstein admitted that while the theory required more evidence, it was not impossible and deserved investigation. If such a displacement occurred, the resulting earthquakes, tsunamis, and floods would perfectly match the description of Atlantis' destruction and the broader global upheavals of 9,600 BCE. Yet perhaps the most intriguing clue is not geological, but symbolic. Across the world, cultures share recurring motifs that mirror the Atlantean myth. Concentric circles, twin pillars, and sunken temples. The ancient city of Caral in Peru, the oldest known civilization in the Americas, features circular plazas reminiscent of Atlantis' central design. The Dogon people of Mali speak of Namo, celestial teachers who came from the stars after a great flood. The Egyptians place enormous significance on the islands of the West, a paradise across the sea where the gods once dwelled. Even the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, with its concentric canal system, seems like a cultural echo of the Atlantean blueprint. Could all these patterns be fragments of a single ancient memory, preserved through migration and myth after a shared cataclysm? Imagine survivors of a great flood spreading across the world, carrying with them fragments of knowledge, symbols, and stories from their lost homeland. Over generations, those memories would morph into religion, architecture, and legend. The Atlantean flood, then, might not have destroyed humanity. It might have reset it. Modern oceanography adds more layers to this possibility. Beneath the waves, vast submerged landscapes have been identified. Doggerland in the North Sea, Sunderland in Southeast Asia, and the Beringia land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. All were once thriving environments during the Ice Age, home to early humans and megafauna. As the glaciers melted and the seas rose, these lands vanished, taking with them whatever cultures or settlements had existed there. It's entirely plausible that Atlantis, or something like it, was one of these drowned realms, a victim of rising tides, remembered through myth as a city of gods swallowed by the ocean. If that's true, then Plato's tale is not a moral fable but a historical echo. The destruction of Atlantis was a symbolic end of an age, a world reset by nature's wrath, and the survivors scattered across the earth became the seed bearers of civilization. The ones who built Göbekli Tepe mapped the stars and preserved the knowledge of their ancestors in stone. Atlantis, then, might not be a single place at all, but a name, a placeholder for a forgotten chapter of human history. A civilization that reached a height of understanding, only to be erased in a single night. Its memory lingers not in ruins alone, but in every myth of deluge, every temple aligned to the heavens, every story of fire and water that our ancestors left behind. And if the story of Atlantis is more than myth, if it is memory, then the question becomes hauntingly simple. What else did they know before the world reset? Legends of a great flood are among the most widespread and enduring stories in all of human culture, told by civilizations separated by oceans and millennia, yet echoing the same chilling theme: a world drowned, a civilization erased, and a few chosen survivors tasked with rebuilding humanity. From the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the Book of Genesis, from the Mayan Popol Vuh to the Hindu Mahabharata, every tradition tells of waters rising without warning, swallowing the land and ending an age. But what if these were not mere allegories or moral tales? What if they were eyewitness accounts? What if our ancestors were desperately trying to preserve the memory of a real, global cataclysm that nearly ended civilization as we know it? The most famous of these tales, of course, is the story of Noah's Arkansas. In the biblical account, God warns Noah that a great flood will destroy the wickedness of mankind and commands him to build a massive vessel to preserve life. 2 of every animal, his family, and the seeds of the new world. For centuries, theologians treated it as a myth meant to teach obedience and faith. Yet, long before the Bible, a nearly identical story was written in the Epic of Gilgamesh, inscribed on cuneiform tablets more than 4,000 years old. In it, a man named Utnapishtim is warned by the gods to construct a giant boat before a flood that will wipe out humanity. He survives, sends out birds to find land, and finally comes to rest on a distant mountain. The similarities are uncanny, too precise to be coincidence. Even older traditions tell the same tale. The Sumerians, Babylonians, and Akkadians all recorded accounts of a deluge that destroyed the cities of the gods. The Greek story of Deucalion and Pyrrha describes Zeus flooding the earth to punish human pride, sparing only a few survivors who repopulate the world. In India's Satapta Brahmana, the god Vishnu warns Manu of an oncoming flood, instructing him to build a boat and tie it to a giant fish, a strikingly similar motif. The Aztecs tell of 4 previous suns, worlds destroyed by water, fire, and wind, with the current one destined to end the same way. The Chinese legend of Yu the Great tells of taming a world submerged in endless water, while the Australian Aboriginals remember the time when the sea came in. These stories are not isolated. They form a chorus of memory spanning every continent and language. Modern geology provides startling context for these myths. At the end of the last ice age, around 11,600 years ago, global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. The process was not uniform or gradual. Geologists have identified sudden, catastrophic surges known as meltwater pulses, episodes when massive glacial lakes burst and released unimaginable volumes of water into the oceans. Meltwater Pulse 1A, the most famous, raised global sea levels by nearly 80 feet in just a few centuries, perhaps even faster. For people living along Ice Age coastlines, this would have been nothing short of apocalyptic. Entire regions that had once been fertile plains were swallowed by the sea. Doggerland, a vast stretch of land connecting Britain to Europe, vanished beneath the North Sea. In Southeast Asia, the Sunda Shelf, a landmass linking modern Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, disappeared, giving rise to thousands of islands. The Persian Gulf, once a lush valley with rivers and lakes, became the flooded basin we know today. These were not small local floods. They were planetary transformations. And for the hunter-gatherers and early settlers who lived through them, the memory of a rising, unstoppable ocean would have burned itself into their collective consciousness. Even the details align. Many flood myths describe not just water, but fire, darkness, and falling stars, exactly what would be expected in the aftermath of a cosmic impact or a sudden climate shift. The Popol Vuh speaks of a rain of fire before the flood. The Hebrew text of Genesis refers to the fountains of the great deep breaking open. The Hopi describe the earth tilting and the skies falling. Could it be that these floods were triggered by the same Younger Dryas events? Comet impacts, earthquakes, and melting ice that unleashed torrents upon the world? Archaeological evidence supports this possibility. Beneath the Persian Gulf, sonar mapping has revealed traces of ancient river systems that once fed thriving ecosystems, perhaps the cradle of early human civilization. Similarly, off the coast of India, in the Gulf of Kambat, researchers found artifacts in city-like formations buried under hundreds of feet of sediment. Radiocarbon dating places them around 9,000 years old, aligning perfectly with the global flood period. In the Mediterranean, the Black Sea deluge theory proposes that a sudden breach of the Bosporus around 5600 BC flooded a freshwater lake, drowning Neolithic settlements, and inspiring the Near Eastern flood myths that later became the story of Noah. Yet perhaps the most striking evidence lies beneath the world's oceans, still unexplored. More than 90% of the seafloor remains unmapped in detail, meaning that entire chapters of human history may lie hidden beneath it. Every year, sonar scans uncover new anomalies. Stone walls, terraces, and structures buried in silt, their origins unknown. Could these be the remains of the antediluvian civilization spoken of in myth, the cities that vanished when the waters rose? The universality of flood legends is what makes them so compelling. Anthropologists often argue that shared myths arise from shared experiences, that people across the world independently witnessed local floods and crafted similar stories. But these tales are not small or isolated. They describe the end of an age, the destruction of the entire world, and the rebirth of humanity. They use cosmic imagery, fire, stars, and divine retribution, as if describing a celestial event seen by all. It seems unlikely that dozens of cultures on separate continents would invent the same story unless it was based on something real. Some researchers believe these flood myths encode astronomical data, warning of recurring cycles of destruction. The ancient Egyptians linked the flooding of the Nile to the rising of Sirius, symbolizing rebirth. The Mayans tied their creation and destruction cycles to movements of Venus. Plato himself noted that great floods and fires periodically destroy mankind, corresponding with the revolutions of the heavens. Could these myths be remnants of a scientific understanding, a lost knowledge of celestial mechanics and cyclical cataclysms? If so, then the Great Flood was not a random disaster, but a predictable event, one that wiped clean the slate of human civilization. The survivors, scattered across mountaintops and islands, carried with them fragments of memory, of lost homelands, of advanced ancestors, of a time when the world was united under the stars. They encoded these memories in myth, ritual, and architecture, so that, when the next cycle began, their descendants would remember. This perspective reframes the story of Noah, Utnapishtim, and Manu not as isolated miracles, but as universal survival accounts. The ark, the mountain, the dove, these are archetypes of rebirth. The ark represents knowledge preserved through chaos. The mountain represents emergence from a flood into a new world. Perhaps the true ark was not a wooden vessel, but the preservation of human wisdom, astronomy, agriculture, and spirituality that allowed civilization to begin anew once the waters receded. And as the ice melted and coastlines stabilized, those survivors began to rebuild. They erected temples aligned with the stars, honoring the gods of water and sky. They spoke of a first time, a golden age before the flood. They mapped the heavens and tracked the cycles that had once destroyed them. These were the architects of Göbekli Tepe, the navigators of the early seafaring cultures, the mythmakers who encoded their warnings in story and stone. The flood, then, was not just an end, it was a great reset. It washed away an age of forgotten grandeur and gave birth to the civilizations we know today. Yet deep within our collective memory, the trauma of that event remains, a reminder that the line between myth and history may be far thinner than we dare to admit. When the ice began to melt and the world emerged from the cataclysmic shadows of the Great Flood, a new chapter of humanity began, but not from nothing. Scattered across mountains, islands, and fertile plains were survivors who carried fragments of memory from a world that had perished. They were the keepers of ancient knowledge, the bearers of myth, and the builders of the first sacred monuments of the post-cataclysmic era. And among their creations, one site stands as both an enigma and a revelation: Göbekli Tepe, discovered in the hills of southeastern Turkey. It is perhaps the single greatest archaeological riddle ever unearthed, one that challenges the foundations of everything we think we know about human civilization. Mainstream archaeology long taught that complex societies, those capable of agriculture, organized religion, and monumental architecture, only emerged around 3000 to 4000 BCE, after the rise of farming in the Fertile Crescent. But Göbekli Tepe, radiocarbon dated to around 9500 BCE, shatters that timeline entirely. It is more than twice as old as Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza. Its construction required coordination, engineering skill, and spiritual purpose at a time when humans were supposedly still nomadic hunter-gatherers. How could such a site exist thousands of years before the invention of the wheel, written language, or metal tools? At first glance, Göbekli Tepe appears as a series of circular stone enclosures built atop a hill. Each circle is made of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons and standing over 15 feet tall. Many of these pillars are elaborately carved with reliefs of animals: lions, snakes, vultures, boars, and foxes, along with abstract symbols that defy easy interpretation. The craftsmanship is astonishingly precise for a culture supposedly without advanced tools. Even more curious is that there is no sign of permanent settlement around the site. No houses, no agricultural remains, no signs of domestic life. This was not a village. It was a temple, a sacred center built by people who gathered from afar for a purpose we can only guess. Archaeologists, led by the late Klaus Schmidt, quickly realized Göbekli Tepe's implications were seismic. Schmidt called it the world's first cathedral, suggesting that organized religion may have come before agriculture, not the other way around. If true, this reverses a long-held belief that farming created civilization. Instead, it implies that spiritual or cosmic motivation drove humans to gather, cooperate, and build on a monumental scale long before they settled permanently. But the mysteries only deepen. Why would hunter-gatherers invest such immense effort in building structures that seem far beyond their means? How did they carve, transport, and erect these megaliths without metal tools or domesticated beasts of burden? And, perhaps most perplexing of all, why did they bury the entire site around 8000 BC, covering it deliberately with tons of earth, as if to preserve it for a future age? The carvings offer tantalizing clues. Many researchers believe the animals and symbols represent constellations, an ancient form of sky mapping. In 2017, a study published in the journal Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry proposed that one of Göbekli Tepe's main pillars, known as a vulture stone or Pillar 43, encodes the date of a catastrophic comet impact around 10,950 BC, precisely at the onset of the Younger Dryas. The arrangement of the animals corresponds with star constellations, suggesting that the builders recorded the event that destroyed the world of their ancestors. In other words, Göbekli Tepe might not only be a temple, but also a memorial, an observatory built to honor the Cataclysm and mark the rebirth of humanity. This interpretation dovetails perfectly with the idea of a global reset. If a previous civilization, perhaps the one remembered as Atlantis, had been wiped out by a cosmic disaster, Göbekli Tepe could represent the effort of survivors or descendants to preserve knowledge through symbolic architecture. The pillars might be encoded messages, a stone library of astronomical, mythological, and spiritual wisdom meant to survive the next cycle of destruction. The fact that it was buried intentionally could be seen not as abandonment, but as deliberate preservation. Interestingly, the site's location is no coincidence. It lies near the headwaters of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, the cradle of Sumerian civilization, which would emerge thousands of years later. It's as if the builders chose this spot deliberately, knowing it would become sacred ground for the rise of future civilizations. The myths of the Sumerians themselves speak of gods who descended from the heavens after a great flood, bringing knowledge of agriculture, writing, and architecture. Could Göbekli Tepe have been their first temple, the place where those gods or ancient teachers first appeared? Even more intriguing is how Göbekli Tepe's imagery echoes symbols found in much later cultures. The twin pillars resemble the gateways of ancient Egyptian temples. The animal reliefs mirror zodiacal motifs found in Mesopotamian and Greek astrology. The serpent, the vulture, and the fox, common motifs on the stones, would later appear in mythologies worldwide as symbols of death, rebirth, and cunning. This suggests a continuity of symbolic language stretching over thousands of years, connecting Göbekli Tepe to a global system of knowledge that would later manifest in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even Mesoamerica. Some alternative researchers, like Graham Hancock and Andrew Collins, have gone further, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe represents the work of a lost civilization, survivors of the pre-cataclysmic world who seeded knowledge across the globe. They point to the sudden appearance of advanced architecture, astronomical alignment, and spiritual sophistication at multiple sites soon after Göbekli Tepe's construction, Jericho, Catalhoyuk, and eventually Sumer, as evidence of cultural inheritance rather than independent invention. The builders of Göbekli Tepe, in this view, were the bridge between the world before and the world after. Mainstream science remains cautious, but even conservative scholars agree that Göbekli Tepe forces a fundamental rethink of human history. It suggests that the human mind, and perhaps civilization itself, was far older and more capable than previously believed. The very idea of progress as a straight upward line collapses when faced with evidence that people 12,000 years ago possessed advanced symbolic and technical knowledge. And yet, the most haunting aspect of Göbekli Tepe is not what we can see, but what remains buried. Only a small fraction of the site, less than 10%, has been excavated. Beneath the soil, hundreds more pillars may lie waiting, each perhaps older, more complex, and more revealing than the last. What secrets remain hidden beneath that ancient hill? What stories are carved into those stones, waiting for us to rediscover? As the dust of millennia slowly clears, Göbekli Tepe stands as a monument not only to human ingenuity, but to human memory. It whispers of an age when the sky itself was sacred, when the earth was healing from catastrophe, and when survivors, perhaps the last remnants of a lost world, gathered under stars to record their rebirth. If this site truly marks the dawn of a new human epoch, then it also marks the end of an older one. The world had reset. Civilization was reborn. But the memory of the fall, the great flood, the cosmic fire, the vanished homeland, was carved forever into stone, so that when we finally dug up thousands of years later, we might remember who we were before the waters rose. As we move beyond the mysteries of Göbekli Tepe, the story of humanity's reset begins to take a broader and more global shape. Across the world, other megalithic sites emerge like ancient sentinels guarding the same forgotten truth. Massive stones, aligned with celestial bodies, stand as silent witnesses to a time when the sky and earth were one, when humanity's relationship with the cosmos was intimate, sacred, and encoded in stone. These monuments, scattered across continents, seem to whisper the same message. We were here before, and we remembered the stars. The builders of these sites were not supposed to exist at the time they did. According to conventional history, humans in the Neolithic period were primitive, subsistence farmers, using crude tools, living in small, simple communities. Yet, from the wind-swept plains of England to the jungles of South America, we find structures that demand an understanding of astronomy, geometry, and engineering far beyond what those early cultures are credited with. Could these ancient builders have inherited their knowledge from a civilization that existed before the Great Flood, the same forgotten world that gave birth to Göbekli Tepe? One of the most striking examples of this mystery is Stonehenge in England. While often romanticized as a druidic ritual site, its origins stretch back to around 3000 BC, much older than the Celts themselves. The great sarsen stones, weighing up to 25 tons, were transported from miles away, arranged in precise alignments with the solstices and lunar cycles. The site's design suggests sophisticated astronomical observation, an ancient calendar in stone. But Stonehenge is not alone. Across the British Isles, from Avebury to Callanish, and far beyond into Brittany, France, thousands of standing stones form geometric patterns and alignments that only make sense when viewed through the lens of celestial mapping. It's as though an ancient people across Europe shared a single architectural language, one obsessed with the heavens. In the highlands of Peru, thousands of miles away, we find similar mysteries. The megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman, built with massive polygonal stones, fit together so precisely that not even a blade of grass can pass between them. Mainstream archaeologists attribute these walls to the Incas, but the Incas themselves said they were built by the gods, the Viracochas, bearded civilizers who came from across the sea after a great deluge. The same legends echo throughout South America. In Tiahuanaco, Bolivia, a city said had been built before the sun rose for the first time, and in Pumapunku, where enormous blocks appear machine-cut, their surfaces and angles far beyond what simple stone tools could produce. The dating of these Andean sites remains controversial, with some researchers suggesting they could predate the Inca by thousands of years, remnants of an older, lost civilization. Then, there's the Great Pyramid of Giza, the ultimate enigma of ancient engineering. Officially dated to around 2500 BCE, it remains unmatched in precision even today. Its base is perfectly level to within fractions of an inch. Its sides align almost exactly with true north, and its proportions encode mathematical constants like pi and phi. The pyramid's placement also corresponds to the geographical center of Earth's landmass, and its three primary pyramids mirror the alignment of Orion's belt, a celestial pattern that recurs in ancient monuments worldwide. Egyptologists argue that these are coincidences or products of ritual, but when the same alignment appear in ancient Mexico, Cambodia, and Peru, the coincidences become patterns. These megaliths may not simply be tombs or temples. They might be markers of a deeper connection to the stars. Ancient people did not see the heavens as distant. They saw them as the source of their existence, a mirror of the divine order. Many of these sites act as astronomical observatories, marking solstices, equinoxes, and lunar standstills. But more intriguingly, many also seem to encode precessional knowledge, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that completes a full cycle roughly every 26,000 years. This cycle is invisible to the naked eye unless tracked over millennia. How could ancient cultures, supposedly primitive, have known about something that requires long-term celestial observation? One possibility is that they inherited this knowledge. If a prior civilization, existing before the Younger Dryas Cataclysm, had already mapped the skies, then the survivors, the builders of Göbekli Tepe and their descendants, may have carried this wisdom forward. The alignment of monuments with the stars could have been their way of preserving cosmic information, a code to ensure that when humanity rebuilt, we would not forget our place in the heavens. In South America, the Nazca lines of Peru present another mystery. These enormous geoglyphs, some stretching for miles, depict animals' geometric shapes and straight lines that can only be fully seen from above. The mainstream view is that they were ritual paths or offerings to the gods. But why design something meant to be seen from the sky, unless those gods themselves were skyborn? And how did the Nazca achieve such perfect proportions without aerial perspective? The lines may not be as old as Göbekli Tepe, but they reflect the same obsession with cosmic communication, a desire to speak with the heavens. Meanwhile, in Asia, the ancient city of Nanmadol in Micronesia stands as another relic of the impossible. Built atop coral reefs with basalt columns weighing tons, it was constructed without mortar, its engineering rivaling that of Egypt or Peru. Local legends claim it was built by giants or magicians using levitation. While that may sound fantastical, the logistics of moving and stacking such stones remain a puzzle. What's more, like many other sites, Nanmadol was built near sea level and later abandoned, perhaps when the waters rose after the last ice melt. Even in the Pacific, the same echoes continue. The Moai statues of Easter Island face inward, watching over their people, but some also align with celestial events. The islanders' oral traditions speak of ancestors who arrived from a lost homeland swallowed by the sea, the same story found in Atlantis, in the flood of Manu, in the tales of Viracocha. The details change, but the essence remains: a world destroyed, knowledge preserved, and monuments built to remember. Could it be that these megalithic structures are part of a single global pattern? The fingerprints of forgotten civilization that once spanned the earth? The sheer similarity in engineering style, astronomical precision, and mythological themes suggests a shared origin. Each site is like a page in a global story, scattered and buried, waiting to be read together. Some modern researchers call this the megalithic network hypothesis, the idea that after the global cataclysm, survivors of technologically or spiritually advanced culture spread out, rebuilding in isolated regions. Each group encoded fragments of their old world's knowledge in stone. These monuments became waypoints, not just for navigation, but for remembrance. Stone, after all, was eternal. It could outlast floods, fires, and time itself. If that's true, then the megaliths of the world are not random curiosities. They are messages from a forgotten humanity. They whisper that once, long before recorded history, our ancestors understood things we no longer do: the harmony between the earth and the stars, the cycles of time, and the fragility of civilization itself. The more we uncover, the clearer it becomes. Göbekli Tepe was not an anomaly. It was the first spark of a reawakening. From there, a chain of sacred sites stretches across the globe, each preserving the same lost legacy. These stones are not just relics. They are survivors, just like us. And perhaps, if we learn to read them correctly, they will remind us of what humanity was before the last great reset and what it might become again. The deeper we look into the ancient world, the clearer it becomes that early civilizations were not simply building for shelter or survival. They were building to remember. Monuments, temples, and megaliths were more than stone and geometry. They were repositories of encoded knowledge, physical embodiments of cosmic order. Nowhere is this clearer than in the ancient obsession with the stars. From the pyramids of Egypt to the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, from the temples of Angkor to the ruins of Teotihuacan, our ancestors seemed driven by a single, unifying vision, to mirror the heavens on earth. But why this global, cross-cultural fixation with celestial alignment? Why did ancient builders go to such lengths, hauling stones weighing hundreds of tons, carving precise axes and sight lines, to ensure that their structures corresponded to constellations, solstices, and equinoxes? And how could cultures separated by oceans, with no known contact, share such advanced astronomical knowledge? The answer may lie in a far older legacy, one inherited from a forgotten epoch before the last great cataclysm, a time when humanity's understanding of the cosmos was far deeper than we imagine. Take, for instance, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its alignment to true north is so precise that even modern engineers marvel at it. The three main pyramids at Giza correspond exactly with the belt stars of Orion, while the Nile mirrors the Milky Way. To the ancient Egyptians, this was no accident. They believed the pharaoh's soul would ascend to the stars of Orion, associated with Osiris, the god of resurrection, to rejoin the divine. The pyramid was a resurrection machine, designed not just for burial but for transformation, linking earth and sky. Yet this precise star alignment would have only matched Orion's position perfectly around 10,500 BC, thousands of years before Egypt's official rise. Could it be that the builders were preserving a memory from that earlier age, perhaps one dating to the very aftermath of the global flood? The same mysterious star obsession appears at other sites. The ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico, whose origins remain unknown, was constructed according to the same Orion alignment. Its Avenue of the Dead, its pyramids of the sun and moon, and its grand temple of Quetzalcoatl form a cosmic map of the heavens. Teotihuacan's builders even created a scale model of the solar system, using precise astronomical ratios. Yet mainstream archaeology cannot identify who those builders were. The Aztecs, who arrived much later, said the city was already ancient when they found it, calling it the place where men became gods. The parallels to Giza are staggering. Both complexes encode Orion, both align with the Milky Way, and both are linked to myths of rebirth after destruction. Far to the east, the temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia continue the same tradition. Built around the 12th century CE, they nonetheless replicate an ancient celestial pattern. The constellation Draco, representing the cosmic serpent. The temple's towers align with solstices and equinoxes, and the entire complex reflects advanced astronomical understanding. But more astonishing is that when viewed from above, the layout of Angkor mirrors the stars as they would have appeared in 10,500 BC, the same date encoded in the alignments at Giza. Could this be a coincidence, or evidence that ancient builders worldwide were following a template far older than their own civilizations, a blueprint from the pre-cataclysmic world? Even in the Americas, this cosmic blueprint appears. The builders of Machu Picchu oriented the site with the cardinal directions, and its Intihuatana stone, the hitching post of the sun, precisely tracks the equinoxes. The ancient city was designed as a solar observatory and spiritual hub, reflecting the Andean belief that the world was sustained by harmony between heaven and earth. Similarly, at Chichen Itza, the temple of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, creates a breathtaking spectacle during the equinox. As the sun sets, its shadow forms a body of a serpent slithering down the pyramid staircase. This precise solar alignment is not merely artistic. It demonstrates a level of astronomical understanding rivaling that of modern observatories. These patterns repeat too perfectly to be dismissed as chance. Across thousands of years and miles, civilizations share a unified language of cosmic architecture. But how could that be possible without a common source? The most logical explanation, though controversial, is that this knowledge originated with a much earlier civilization, one that understood the mechanics of the stars, the precession of the equinoxes, and the cyclical nature of cataclysms. When their world ended, through flood, fire, or impact, their survivors carried fragments of that knowledge across the globe. They became the civilizers of later myths, the gods who taught agriculture, astronomy, and architecture to newly reborn humanity. This theory gained strength when we examine the concept of Zep Tepi, the first time in Egyptian tradition. The priests of Heliopolis spoke of a golden age when gods ruled on earth, when knowledge flowed from the heavens, and when balance between man and cosmos was perfect. That age ended in chaos, followed by a rebirth, the beginning of history as we know it. Tepe, by this account, was not mythological. It was a memory of the pre-flood world. And if the alignment at Giza truly point back to 10,500 BCE, then the Egyptians were indeed referencing that forgotten era, perhaps even preserving its legacy in stone. Interestingly, this date, 10,500 BCE, appears again and again in the architecture and mythology of ancient cultures. It marks the end of the Younger Dryas, the melting of the ice sheets, and the onset of modern climate. To the ancients, it may have represented the rebirth of civilization after destruction. Perhaps they encoded it into their monuments as a warning, a remembrance of when the sky turned against them. Ancient myths support this connection between celestial cycles and cataclysm. The Egyptians described the sky goddess not swallowing and birthing the sun each day, a metaphor for cosmic renewal. The Mayans saw time as cyclical, governed by the precession of the equinoxes. The Hindu texts speak of vast cycles of creation and destruction called yugas, where worlds end not once but many times. These are not coincidences. They reflect a shared awareness that the cosmos itself moves in great cycles, and that with each cycle, the earth is reborn. But here's where the mystery deepens even further. Modern science now recognizes that Earth's axial precession, the slow wobble that changes the stars' positions in the sky, can be influenced by gravitational interactions and even shifts in mass due to ice melt or tectonic movement. Ancient builders might have noticed these changes across generations and understood that cosmic cycles corresponded with earthly upheavals. If they connected star movement with floods and cataclysms, then their monuments could have served as both calendars and warnings, a celestial clock counting down to the next reset. This recontextualizes the very idea of ancient temples. They weren't just places of worship. They were scientific instruments, repositories of data, and cosmic libraries encoded in stone. The great alignments weren't decorative. They were precise mechanisms for tracking time on a planetary scale. And if their purpose was to preserve knowledge for survivors of future cataclysms, then their creators understood something we've forgotten, that time itself is cyclical, and civilizations rise and fall according to celestial law. When viewed through this lens, humanity's ancient obsession with the heavens begins to make profound sense. These monuments were not just reflections of faith, but acts of memory, efforts to preserve cosmic truth through geometry, myth, and alignment. Whether in Egypt, Peru, Cambodia, or Mexico, the message is the same: as above, so below. What happens in the sky is mirrored on earth. The builders of these temples were not primitive. They were astronomer priests, scientists of the ancient world, keeping watch over the great celestial clock. And when that clock resets, when the stars return to their ancient positions, will history repeat itself? Are the alignments we find today remnants of warnings, carved in stone, from those who survived the last global catastrophe? If so, then every pyramid, every temple, and every megalith we rediscover is not just an archaeological wonder. It's a message left for us by the last world that fell. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey shattered nearly everything archaeologists thought they knew about the timeline of human civilization. Before its excavation in the 1990s, the standard narrative was clear. Humanity first developed agriculture, then permanent settlements, and only afterward began building temples and monuments. Göbekli Tepe flipped that script completely. Here was a sprawling complex of megalithic pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in sophisticated circles, carved with intricate animal reliefs and abstract symbols, all dated to around 9,600 BCE. That over 7,000 years before Stonehenge, and centuries before the official dawn of agriculture. According to the mainstream story, such complexity shouldn't have existed yet. But Göbekli Tepe stands as undeniable proof that it did. What makes this site so confounding is not just its age, but its sophistication. Each T-shaped pillar was deliberately placed within an enclosure, with carvings that seemed to communicate mythic or spiritual ideas. Lions, vultures, scorpions, and snakes slither across the stone, symbols that appear later in multiple ancient cultures across the Middle East and beyond. The pillars were arranged with precise orientation to celestial markers, suggesting the builders possessed a detailed understanding of the stars. In fact, researchers like Andrew Collins and Graham Hancock have proposed that Göbekli Tepe was built as a kind of celestial observatory, possibly aligned to constellation Cygnus or even Orion, both of which are tied to resurrection and the afterlife in later mythologies. But how could nomadic hunter-gatherers, who supposedly lacked agriculture or writing, have designed such an astronomically advanced structure? The sheer coordination required, cutting, transporting, erecting massive stones, demands organized labor, leadership, and planning on a scale thought impossible for that era. It implies that an organized, complex society existed before the so-called Neolithic Revolution. This alone suggests one of two possibilities. Either we vastly underestimated the intelligence and capabilities of early humans, or they inherited knowledge from an even earlier civilization, one that had already mastered astronomy, engineering, and sacred geometry before the global cataclysm that ended the last ice age. There's another mystery. Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. Around 8000 BCE, the entire site was covered under tons of soil and debris. Archaeologists say this was intentional, a purposeful act of preservation. But why would anyone hide such a monumental achievement? Some speculate it was an attempt to protect the site from destruction, perhaps from the same natural forces that were reshaping the planet after the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Others believe it was a ritual act, a symbolic burial marking the end of an era, perhaps even a final resting place of an ancient world's sacred knowledge. Either way, it's clear that Göbekli Tepe wasn't forgotten by accident. It was hidden, maybe even be rediscovered when humanity was ready to understand again. What's even more compelling is that Göbekli Tepe isn't alone. Archaeologists have identified several nearby sites, such as Karahan Tepe, Sefer Tepe, and Navali Kori, all built in the same style, from the same era. These sister sites suggest a much larger cultural complex, perhaps even a lost civilization spanning across the Fertile Crescent long before Sumer, Egypt, or the Indus Valley. Karahan Tepe, for instance, contains even more advanced carvings, including detailed human figures and serpentine patterns. These discoveries are slowly pushing the dawn of civilization further and further back, forcing scholars to confront an uncomfortable possibility that human history is far older and far more cyclical than we've been taught. Let's pause on that timeline for a moment. Around 9600 BC, something profound was happening on Earth. The Ice Age was ending. The climate was shifting, sea levels were rising, and humanity was emerging from a dark and difficult age. The construction of Göbekli Tepe coincides precisely with this period of renewal. Could it be that its builders were survivors, descendants of a lost people rebuilding after a cataclysmic event? Many ancient myths point to such a rebirth. In Sumerian, Egyptian, and even Mesoamerican traditions, the first temples were said to be founded by gods or sages who appeared after a great flood, bearing the wisdom of a lost world. Göbekli Tepe may represent the physical evidence of that myth, the dawn of a new age rising from the ashes of the old. This idea grows even more compelling when we examine the symbolism carved into the stones. One particular pillar, known as Pillar 43, or the vulture stone, depicts a series of animals, celestial bodies, and abstract symbols that appear to represent constellations. Researchers from the University of Edinburgh analyzed this stone using astronomical software and found that the carvings corresponded to night sky around 10,950 BC, the exact day of the Younger Dryas impact event. According to their study, the vulture may symbolize the constellation Sagittarius, while other carvings represent Scorpio and Libra, forming a kind of ancient star map. If this interpretation is correct, then Göbekli Tepe wasn't just a temple. It was a memorial to a cosmic disaster that reshaped the world. That would make Göbekli Tepe the oldest known record of a global cataclysm, predating the written word by thousands of years. It also suggests that its builders possessed both the memory and the means to encode that memory in stone, a feat requiring not only astronomical precision, but an understanding of long-term timekeeping. Could they have been trying to preserve a warning for future generations? Perhaps they understood that such cosmic events are cyclical, that what happened once had happened again. The carvings seem to tell a story of loss and transformation, animals in motion, celestial symbols colliding, serpents slithering across the heavens. To the untrained eye, it's mythic art. But to those who know what to look for, it could be a scientific record, a record of the sky and the disaster that followed. This merging of myth and astronomy appears in later cultures too. The Egyptian Dendera zodiac, the Mayan calendar, the Vedic yugas. All speak of cosmic time and catastrophic renewal. Göbekli Tepe may be where that tradition began. Mainstream archaeologists resist these interpretations, prefer to see the site as a purely ritual center, a gathering place for early humans exploring spiritual consciousness. But even this explanation carries profound implications. If hunter-gatherers were gathering to worship the stars 12,000 years ago, that means they already possess symbolic thought, complex ritual systems, and collective planning. Civilization didn't suddenly appear, it was remembered. In that case, Göbekli Tepe becomes not just a starting point, but a bridge connecting the mythic world before the flood to the known history that came after. One of the most striking aspects of the site is its sense of intentional design. Each enclosure at Göbekli Tepe is circular, dominated by two massive central pillars surrounded by smaller ones, almost like a council of standing stones encircling divine figures. The central pillars are anthropomorphic, carved with arms, belts, and animal motifs. They represent beings of power, perhaps ancestors, gods, or cosmic teachers. The same pattern repeats across other enclosures, suggesting a shared blueprint or cosmological code. Was this code something the builders developed themselves, or was it inherited from those who came before? Göbekli Tepe seems to whisper that the story of civilization did not begin with us. It began with them, the forgotten ones. Whether they were survivors of Cataclysm, emissaries from a lost world, or simply a people far ahead of their time, their fingerprints remain in the stones they left behind. Every carved vulture, every T-shaped pillar, every buried wall is part of a greater message, one that transcends language and reaches across millennia. Perhaps the greatest irony is that Göbekli Tepe's builders buried their own masterpiece, ensuring its survival into our era. It's as if they knew we would one day need to find it, to remember what had been lost. And maybe that's exactly what's happening now. Each discovery, there is like a key turning in the lock of our collective memory, slowly opening the door to a chapter of human history we were never meant to forget. If Göbekli Tepe truly is the world's first temple, then it stands as a monument not just of faith, but a memory, rebirth, and warning. It marks the moment when humanity began to rebuild after the great cataclysm, guided by echoes of forgotten wisdom. And perhaps if we listen closely to the stones, we might still hear the message its builders left for us, a message about the cycles of destruction and renewal, the stars above, and the fate of the world below. As archaeologists and researchers slowly peel back the sands of Göbekli Tepe, something else began to emerge, not just a site, but pattern. Across the globe, from the deserts of Egypt to the highlands of South America, from the frozen plains of Siberia to the jungles of Cambodia, traces of other, even older structures seem to echo the same story, that someone or some culture had been building in stone long before any known civilization was supposed to exist. These were not isolated anomalies. They formed a global web of mystery, suggesting a shared legacy, a memory of a forgotten world that perished in a cataclysmic reset. Take, for instance, the ancient ruins of Baalbek in Lebanon. The modern-day Temple of Jupiter sits atop a platform made of cyclopean stone blocks, so massive that even today's cranes would struggle to move them. The largest single block, the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighs over 1,000 tons. The question is not just how the ancients could have moved them, but why. The precision with which these blocks are cut and placed defies explanation. There are no tool marks, no evidence of trial and error, and the stones fit together with such accuracy that a razor blade cannot pass between them. Some scholars suggest Roman engineering, but the megalithic foundation is far older. The Romans built upon it. They didn't create it. The true builders, whoever they were, remain unknown. The same enigma appears at Sacsayhuaman in Peru. Towering above the city of Cusco, its enormous walls twist and interlock like a three-dimensional puzzle. The stones, some weighing over 300 tons, are fused together with seamless precision, not with mortar, but with a level of craftsmanship so perfect that modern engineers still debate how it was achieved. The site looks almost as if the stone itself had been softened, molded, and set into place, a technique that mainstream archaeology cannot replicate or fully explain. Local legends claim that the stones were moved by sound, vibration, or the use of lost knowledge from the gods. Could this be the same knowledge hinted at in Egypt, Turkey, and Mesopotamia? A global technology of construction lost after a great cataclysm? Moving eastward, the enigmatic ruins of Nanmadol rise out of the ocean off the coast of Micronesia, a city built on coral reefs using basalt columns stacked with geometric precision, often called the Venice of the Pacific. Its origins remain a complete mystery. Local oral traditions speak of a race of giants, or flying stone movers, who built it using magic and sound. Yet, even stripped of myth, the sheer scale of the construction boggles the mind. Each column can weigh up to 50 tons, and the site contains nearly 100 artificial islets, all connected by canals. There's no written record of who built it, when, or why. But the precision, material, and engineering suggest an ancient technology that simply shouldn't have existed on an isolated island thousands of years ago. Across the ocean, another site challenges our understanding of human history. Pumapunku, part of the Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia. Here, at an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet, lies some of the most precise stonework on Earth. Blocks of andesite and red sandstone are cut with exact right angles, drilled holes, and interlocking joints, features that appear almost machined. The famous H-blocks fit together like a modular system, as if they were part of a prefabricated design. Yet the tools required to carve such hard stone with such precision, copper chisels, according to mainstream archaeologists, are laughably insufficient. To achieve that level of accuracy, modern engineers would require diamond-tip saws or laser-guided tools. So how did ancient builders, supposedly working with primitive technology, accomplish something that defies even today's standards? Adding to the puzzle is the astronomical precision of these sites. Many align perfectly with solstices, equinoxes, or cardinal directions. At Tiwanaku, for example, the Kalasasaya temple functions as a solar calendar, tracking the sun's position throughout the year. This isn't primitive superstition. It's science, encoded in stone. Just like at Göbekli Tepe, the builders were astronomers, engineers, and philosophers rolled into one. Their work reveals an understanding of the cosmos that modern humanity only rediscovered millennia later. Could these sites be remnants of a global culture that once shared a unified understanding of both earth and sky, a world that perished in the last great cataclysm? Even in Asia, the same pattern emerges. The mysterious Yonaguni Monument, off the coast of Japan, lies submerged beneath 80 feet of water. It features massive terraces, stairways, and geometric platforms that appear unmistakably artificial. Carbon dating suggests the structure could be over 10,000 years old, meaning it would have been built before the sea level rose at the end of the last ice age. If that's true, then Yonaguni could represent a pre-flood civilization swallowed by the ocean, an echo of Atlantis, Lemuria, or Mu. Mainstream science insists it's a natural formation, but the sharp right angles, tool marks, and deliberate geometry argue otherwise. Divers and geologists who studied it firsthand often return with one haunting question. If it really is man-made, then who built it, and what other cities might still lie hidden beneath the waves? Now, when we connect these sites, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, Baalbek in Lebanon, Sacsayhuaman, and Pumapunku in South America, Yonaguni in Japan, and others, something extraordinary emerges. Despite their geographic distance, they share common features: megalithic architecture, advanced engineering, astronomical alignment, and mythic associations with gods, floods, or lost golden ages. It's as if each was a surviving fragment of the same ancient civilization, scattered and buried by disaster, each preserving a piece of the same lost knowledge. The similarities go beyond coincidence. They form a pattern of cultural continuity spanning continents. Some researchers call this the megalithic global culture hypothesis. It suggests that long before recorded history, humanity was connected through a network of knowledge, possibly guided by a civilization that predates the Great Flood myths. This hypothetical civilization may have spread its wisdom across the globe, leaving behind monumental reminders encoded with celestial and geometric knowledge. When the world ended through comet impact, pole shift, or rising seas, its survivors became the teachers of later civilizations. The civilizing gods, remembered as Quetzalcoatl, Osiris, Viracocha, and Enki. One of the most compelling aspects of this hypothesis is how it dovetails with myths from every corner of the earth. The Hopi of North America speak of previous worlds destroyed by fire and water, after which survivors emerged to rebuild. The Sumerians told of Eridu, the first city founded by the gods after a great flood. The Egyptians spoke of Zep-Tepi, the first time, when civilization was restored by divine beings from the stars. The Polynesians tell of Hiva, a great land swallowed by the sea. And in South America, the Andean people remembered Viracocha, the bearded god who arrived after flood to rebuild civilization. Are these myths simply allegories, or are they distant cultural memories of the same cataclysm and the same rebirth? Modern archaeology struggles to connect these dots, bound by the idea that civilizations developed independently and progressively. But the evidence in stone suggests otherwise. The architectural similarities, the precision of astronomical alignments, and the repeated use of the same geometric patterns, the golden ratio, the flower of life, the 52-degree pyramid slope, all point to a shared origin. The odds that so many cultures independently developed identical techniques, beliefs, and cosmic obsessions are astronomically low. It's far more likely that they inherited these things from a shared source, a mother culture now lost to history. And yet, what happened to this mother culture? If such an advanced civilization existed, why did it vanish so completely, leaving only scattered ruins and mythic echoes? The answer may lie in the geological record. Around 12,800 years ago, at the onset of the Younger Dryas, Earth was struck by a series of comet fragments, triggering global wildfires, floods, and rapid climate change. Sea levels rose over 400 feet as the ice sheets melted. Entire continents were reshaped. In such chaos, entire civilizations, especially coastal ones, could have been wiped out almost overnight. Their survivors, scattered across the globe, carried only fragments of their once great knowledge. Over time, that knowledge became myth, and the monuments they built became the first temples of the reborn world. When we look at the megalithic sites that survive today, we are not just looking at the ruins of local cultures. We are staring into the remnants of a forgotten age, the stone skeletons of a civilization erased by fire and water. Each site is a clue, a page torn from the book of human history that somehow survived the flood. Together, they whisper of a time before the reset, a time when humanity's reach extended to the stars and its wisdom was carved into the bones of the earth. And perhaps, just as Göbekli Tepe was buried to preserve its message, so too were these megalithic wonders scattered and hidden across the world, waiting for us to rediscover them, to piece the puzzle back together, and to remember what humanity once was before the great forgetting. There is a place in myth and memory that has haunted the human imagination for millennia, a civilization said to have been advanced beyond comprehension, a world of harmony, beauty, and divine knowledge that vanished in a single night of fire and flood. That place is Atlantis. The very word stirs something deep within us, a resonance that feels less like fantasy and more like forgotten truth echoing from the depths of time. But what if Atlantis was not just a myth? What if it was a memory of a real civilization, one that flourished before the last great cataclysm, and whose remnants are scattered among the megalithic ruins we still struggle to explain today? The story begins with Plato, the Greek philosopher who recorded the tale in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. He claimed that the story of Atlantis came from Egyptian priests who told it to Solon, one of the wisest men of Greece. According to the priests, Atlantis was a powerful maritime empire that existed 9,000 years before Solon, placing around 9,600 BC, precisely the same period as Göbekli Tepe and the end of the Younger Dryas. Plato described Atlantis as an island larger than Libya and Asia combined, lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. It was said to be a paradise of knowledge and abundance, ruled by kings descended from the god Poseidon and his mortal consort, Cleito. But then, the story takes a dark turn. As the Atlanteans grew in power, they became corrupt, prideful, and greedy. The gods, angered by their arrogance, sent cataclysmic destruction. In a single day and night of misfortune, the island of Atlantis disappeared into the sea. To most historians, this is the point where myth overtakes history. Yet, what if Plato was not inventing fiction, but recording a dimly remembered truth? one preserved by the Egyptians, who themselves claimed descent from survivors of a great flood. The more we examine the geological and archaeological record, the more striking the parallels become. Around 9,600 BCE, the exact date given by Plato, the world experienced one of its most violent transitions. The Younger Dryas ended abruptly with massive flooding, ice melt, and global climate chaos. Sea levels rose hundreds of feet, submerging vast areas of coastline. Entire regions vanished beneath the waves, and with them, whatever civilizations may have existed there. If Atlantis was a real place, this was the moment it died. The question then becomes, where was it? Over the centuries, countless theories have emerged, from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean, from Antarctica to the Sahara. Each location seems to carry a fragment of the story, as if pieces of the same lost world are scattered across the earth. One of the most compelling hypotheses places Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean itself, near the Azores Islands, the last visible peaks of a vast underwater mountain range known as the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. This region is geologically unstable, with evidence of massive subsidence and volcanic activity. Could the Azores be the remnants of a sunken continent? Early maps from the 1500s even depicted islands in this area that no longer exist today, a tantalizing clue that supports Plato's account of an island destroyed by a sudden catastrophe. Another intriguing possibility lies in northwest Africa, the so-called Eye of the Sahara, or the Rickhat structure in Mauritania. Seen from above, it resembles a giant spiral of concentric rings, eerily similar to Plato's description of Atlantis' capital, a city built in alternating rings of land and water. The structure's geological features, dimensions, and orientation match Plato's account with uncanny precision. It's located near the Atlantic coast, surrounded by traces of ancient river systems, and shows evidence of both flooding and intense heat, just as the legend describes. Geologists argue that the Rickhat structure is a natural formation, but the coincidence is hard to ignore. Satellite imagery reveals strange linear features, possible ruins, and erosion patterns suggesting massive ancient waterways. Could it be that the Sahara was once green and fertile, as climate data now confirms, and that the Rickhat structure was the heart of a thriving civilization long before the desert consumed it? If so, the legend of Atlantis might not refer to an island in the sea, but to a continent transformed by Cataclysm into the wasteland we see today. Beyond Africa, there are other contenders. Off the coast of India, near Dwarka, archaeologists have discovered submerged ruins dating back over 9,000 years. Entire city grids, streets, and walls beneath the Arabian Sea. In the Caribbean, beneath the waters of Cuba and the Bahamas, sonar scans have revealed enormous submerged structures resembling pyramids and avenues, now buried under centuries of sediment. One site near the Bimini Islands features a massive underwater formation known as the Bimini Road, a series of perfectly rectangular stone blocks that some believe are remnants of a sunken temple or causeway. Skeptics claim it's natural, yet its alignment and uniformity challenge that dismissal. Even Antarctica has entered the discussion. Beneath its thick ice sheet lie signs of ancient river systems, mountain ranges, and possibly even man-made structures visible through ground-penetrating radar. Some theorists propose that Antarctica was once ice-free and habitable, located farther north before sudden crustal displacement, a rapid geographic shift triggered by the very cataclysm that ended Atlantis. Though speculative, it fits with ancient myths of a frozen kingdom and aligns with maps like the Piri Reis, which depict Antarctica, without ice long before modern discovery. But beyond the question of where lies a deeper one, what was Atlantis? Was it a single city, an empire, or an era, the peak of a global civilization that spanned oceans and connected distant peoples? Plato described Atlantean technology and architecture in stunning detail. Vast canals, temples plated in precious metals, sophisticated shipbuilding, and a society guided by divine laws. The image he paints is not of primitive people, but of a civilization that had mastered both nature and spirit, a balance that modern humanity still struggles to achieve. In esoteric traditions, Atlantis is said to have been a world of incredible spiritual and scientific advancement, where energy, frequency, and consciousness were understood as parts of a unified whole. The Atlanteans, it is said, harnessed crystal technologies, electromagnetic fields, and resonance to power their cities and connect with higher dimensions. When they turned that knowledge toward greed and domination, their civilization fell, an ancient warning encoded in myth echoing across time. Many ancient cultures preserve strikingly similar flood myths, suggesting a shared memory of this event. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh describes a great flood sent by the gods, sparing only a chosen few. The Bible tells of Noah, who survived the deluge in his ark. The Hindu text Mahabharata recounts Manu, warned by a divine being to build a boat before the waters came. The Aztecs, the Chinese, the Greeks, the Polynesians, all speak of a golden age destroyed by divine wrath and reborn from the flood. Could these stories all be retellings of the same global event, the fall of Atlantis, seen through different eyes? What's fascinating is how the timeline aligns perfectly. Plato's 9600 BC date for Atlantis' destruction corresponds with the end of the Younger Dryas and the beginning of the Holocene, the geological epoch we live in today. The physical evidence, meltwater pulses, massive flooding, and the sudden disappearance of Ice Age fauna, confirms that something catastrophic happened at precisely that time. It was quite literally a global reset. If Atlantis truly existed, its fall may not have been just a physical disaster, but a spiritual one, a collapse of consciousness. The legends say the Atlanteans turned away from harmony and abused their power, leading to their downfall. In that sense, the story is more than historical. It's a warning. It tells us that great civilizations can rise, fall, and vanish when they lose balance with the natural and cosmic order. Perhaps that is why the memory of Atlantis persists, not merely as a tale of wonder, but as a message from our forgotten ancestors. A reminder that human progress, no matter how advanced, is fragile when disconnected from wisdom and humility. And perhaps, as we face our own era of environmental upheaval and technological excess, the story of Atlantis is resurfacing for a reason, to remind us that history may be about to repeat itself. Because if humanity truly did reset once before, when the seas rose and the skies fell, then the legend of Atlantis isn't a myth at all. It's a memory carved into the collective soul of our species, a memory that whispers from the depths of time, we have been here before. Beneath the shimmering blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean lies another enigma that refuses to fade, the legend of Lemuria, or as some call it, Mu. While Atlantis dominates Western imagination, Lemuria belongs to the mysteries of the East, a continent said to have once stretched across the vast Pacific, connecting Asia, Australia, and the Americas before it sank beneath the waves in catastrophes so immense that it erased nearly all traces of its existence. The story of Lemuria has been dismissed by mainstream scholars for over a century, yet like Atlantis, it persists, whispered through Polynesian legends, Indian epics, and esoteric teachings that hint at a forgotten epic of human evolution. Could Lemuria have been another seat of pre-cataclysmic civilization, one that shared its fate in the same global reset that ended Atlantis? The idea of Lemuria first appeared in the 19th century, not as a myth, but as a scientific hypothesis. Zoologists studying the distribution of lemurs, small primates found in Madagascar and India, but nowhere between, proposed that these animals once lived on a landmass that connected the two regions. Theorists named this lost land Lemuria. Later, the concept captured the imagination of mystics and theosophists like Helena Blavatsky, who claimed that Lemuria was not just a physical continent, but the cradle of an ancient race, the Lemurians, a spiritually advanced people who predated both Atlantis and modern humanity. According to these esoteric accounts, Lemuria was a civilization that flourished hundreds of thousands of years ago, in a time when human beings were said to be more ethereal, taller, and more attuned to higher dimensions. They lived in harmony with nature and possessed profound understanding of cosmic laws, telepathy, and energy manipulation. Lemuria, in this view, was not a primitive world, but one that had achieved a deep balance between technology and spirituality. Its downfall, like that of Atlantis, came when that harmony was lost. But beyond the mystical retellings, what if there was some kernel of geological truth behind the myth? Modern science has shown that the Earth's crust is not fixed, but drifts on tectonic plates. Entire microcontinents have been discovered beneath the ocean, fragments of land that once rose above sea level before subsiding. In the Indian Ocean, the recently identified Mauritius microcontinent supports the possibility that myths of lost lands might have geological foundations. Similarly, in the Pacific, large regions of the ocean floor reveal evidence of ancient landmasses and submerged plateaus, such as the Zealandia continent near New Zealand, a vast, nearly submerged landmass that was only officially recognized by geologists in the last decade. Could Lemuria have been another such landmass, a vast island chain, or subcontinent that sank during the cataclysmic shifts at the end of the last ice age? Some researchers point to the Ring of Fire, the volcanic zone encircling the Pacific, as evidence of massive geological instability in this region. Entire island chains have disappeared or reemerged due to tectonic activity and sea level changes. It is conceivable that a civilization existing in what are now the islands of Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia could have been wiped out or scattered by these upheavals. The myths of the Pacific peoples are rich with stories that seem to echo this ancient memory. The Hawaiian Kumalipo chant speaks of a great flood and the submergence of ancestral lands. The Maori of New Zealand tell of Hawaii, a homeland beyond the horizon that was lost to the sea. Across Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia, there are tales of gods descending from the stars, of great cities now beneath the ocean, and of migrations following cataclysmic events. Even the Tamil traditions of southern India speak of Kumari Kandam, a vast land south of India that was swallowed by the sea, a story strikingly similar to that of Lemuria. There is a strange continuity here. From India to the Pacific Islands, from Madagascar to Australia, people who had no known contact share myths of a sunken homeland, a golden age lost to the ocean. Could this be coincidence? Or does it point to a shared memory of a real event? Perhaps a global flood that erased entire civilizations from existence? One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence comes from the depths of the Pacific itself. Off the coast of Japan, near Yonaguni Island, lies a structure that has baffled archaeologists and geologists alike, a massive step formation with sharp angles, terraces, and stairways that appear distinctly artificial. Discovered in the 1980s, the Yonaguni Monument lies about 25 meters underwater, suggesting it was built when sea levels were far lower, more than 10,000 years ago, during the last ice age. Some experts argue it's a natural formation, but others, including marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, insist that its precision, symmetry, and alignment with astronomical directions indicate human craftsmanship. If the Yonaguni Monument is truly man-made, it could represent a fragment of the lost Lemurian world, a remnant of an advanced society that existed before the seas rose. Similar submerged ruins have been found off the coast of India, Japan, and Micronesia, as if a once thriving civilization was systematically buried beneath the Pacific. Taken together, these discoveries form a picture that is hard to ignore. Multiple advanced settlements wiped out by a cataclysm that flooded vast regions of the world simultaneously. The parallels between Atlantis and Lemuria are striking. Both are said to have been civilizations of extraordinary knowledge that perished due to hubris or cosmic upheaval. Both are associated with flood myths and sudden destruction. And both are said to have left survivors who spread across the world, seeding new cultures and passing down fragments of lost wisdom. In this sense, Lemuria could be seen not as Atlantis' rival, but as its twin, the eastern counterpart in a global network of pre-cataclysmic civilizations. Some researchers even speculate that the survivors of Lemuria migrated westward, influencing the rise of ancient civilizations in Asia and the Americas. Legends of the Naga in India, serpent-like beings of wisdom who lived in subterranean or underwater cities, may represent Lemurian remnants preserving their knowledge in hidden sanctuaries. Similarly, in the Andes, myths speak of white gods or luminous teachers who came from across the sea after a great flood, bringing astronomy, agriculture, and sacred geometry to the indigenous peoples. Could these be echoes of Lemurian survivors spreading their knowledge after the disaster? Even in modern metaphysical lore, the idea of Lemuria persists. Many New Age thinkers claim that Lemuria was centered around Mount Shasta in California, a sacred site said to be home to ancient energies, and possibly descendant of the Lemurians who retreated underground after fall. While such claims stretch beyond empirical proof, they show how deeply the concept of a pre-cataclysmic civilization continues to resonate in the human psyche. Perhaps the real mystery of Lemuria is not whether it physically existed, but what it represents. The idea that human history may be far older, more cyclical, and more interconnected than we've been taught. Myths like Lemuria's endure because they awaken something buried within us, a faint ancestral memory of a world before the flood, when humanity lived in greater harmony with the earth and the cosmos. And if Atlantis marked the fall of the Western world, then Lemuria may have marked the fall of the Eastern. Two sides of a forgotten age erased by the same cataclysmic reset. Together, they form the two halves of a single ancient puzzle, a story that, if ever fully uncovered, might rewrite everything we think we know about where we came from and what we've lost. Across the globe, far from the oceanic myth of Atlantis and Lemuria, another ancient world emerges in the midst of deep time, a world carved into stone, hidden in the jungles of South America, and whispered of in Andean legends as a domain of gods who walked among men. Long before the rise of the Inca Empire, before Machu Picchu crowned the mountains, there are signs of an even older civilization, one that may have survived the Great Cataclysm and rebuilt itself in the shadows of forgotten history. The Andes, it seems, are not just the cradle of the Inca, but possibly the refuge of humanity's survivors after a global reset. To the indigenous Quechua and Aymara peoples, these ancient builders were known as the Viracochas, tall, bearded, pale-skinned beings who emerged from the sea after a great flood, bringing knowledge of architecture, agriculture, and astronomy. They were said to have retaught humanity how to live after the destruction of the previous world. Legends claim they could command the elements and possess tools that could shape stone as if it were clay. Mainstream scholars dismiss these accounts as myth, yet the megalithic ruins scattered throughout the Andes defy simple explanation. Their precision, scale, and age suggest technologies far beyond what conventional archaeology attributes to the ancient peoples of the region. One of the most enigmatic sites is Puma Punku, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex in modern-day Bolivia. At first glance, Puma Punku appears as a field of shattered megaliths, massive andesite and red sandstone blocks strewn across the plateau. But upon closer inspection, these stones reveal machining precision that rivals, and perhaps surpasses, modern engineering standards. Perfectly straight cuts, interlocking H-shaped blocks, and drill holes with uniform depth and circularity, all carved into some of the hardest stone on Earth. Some of these blocks weigh more than 100 tons, yet they were somehow transported and fitted with incredible accuracy, forming structures that could withstand both time and earthquakes. Mainstream archaeologists date Puma Punku to around 500 CE, built by the Tiwanaku culture. But many alternative researchers argue that it is much older, possibly predating the Inca by thousands of years, and even aligning with the post-cataclysmic era following 9,600 BCE. Geological weathering, magnetic anomalies, and the erosion patterns of the site suggest that Puma Punku could have been built before the end of the last ice age. If true, this would place its construction during or immediately after the same period when Atlantis was said to have fallen. So who built it and how? Some theorists propose that Puma Punku was constructed by survivors of that lost civilization, Atlanteans or Lemurians who carried their advanced knowledge to the Andean highlands, where they attempted to rebuild. The legend of Viracocha fits perfectly with this narrative. Godlike teachers arriving after a flood, bringing light to a world plunged into darkness. The mystery deepens when one examines the architecture and engineering techniques. The precision of the cuts and the modularity of the H-blocks suggest a level of design logic comparable to modern prefabrication, as if the builders understood geometric harmonics and resonance principles that allowed them to manipulate matter with sound or vibration. Some researchers point to the possibility of ancient sonic or anti-gravitational technology, noting that there are no traces of chiseling or hammering on the stones. The surfaces are smooth, machined, and almost polished. Others suggest the use of an unknown softening process that allowed the hard stone to be molded before hardening again, a technology hinted at in Andean legends describing stones melting like wax. Similar megalithic mysteries can be found throughout South America. Sacsayhuaman, above the city of Cusco, features enormous polygonal walls where stones of irregular shape fit together so perfectly that not even a blade of grass can pass between them. Each block is unique, yet together they form earthquake-resistant structures with fluid, almost organic beauty. The craftsmanship is so advanced that it appears to predate Inca construction, suggesting that the Inca may have simply inherited or repurposed these sites rather than built them from scratch. At Ollantaytambo, terraces and temple walls showcase stones weighing up to 50 tons, quarried from across the valley, and somehow lifted 600 meters up steep slopes. Again, the precision of the joints and the mirror-smooth surfaces challenge the notion of primitive stoneworking. Nearby, the enigmatic Temple of the Sun contains cut marks and boreholes that seem more at home in a modern machine shop than in a Bronze Age quarry. What's more, these Andean megaliths often share architectural similarities with other ancient sites around the world, especially in Egypt, Turkey, and even Japan. The same cyclopean masonry, the same use of polygonal fitting, and even the same astronomical alignments appear across continents. Could this be coincidence, or evidence of a shared architectural tradition stemming from a global civilization before the flood? Then there is Lake Titicaca itself, the highest navigable lake in the world, lie between Bolivia and Peru. Beneath its cold waters, archaeologists have discovered submerged ruins, stone temples, staircases, and roads, hinting at settlements that existed when the lake's level was much lower, possibly before the last great climate shift. The region's myths describe Lake Titicaca as the birthplace of the sun, the moon, and the first humans after the flood. The connection to a post-cataclysmic rebirth is impossible to miss. What makes this even more compelling is that many of these Andean structures are aligned with celestial bodies, solstices, equinoxes, and constellations. Tiwanaku's Gate of the Sun, for instance, is carved with a solar calendar that tracks not just a year, but astronomical cycles spanning thousands of years. It encodes knowledge of precession, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis, a phenomenon that modern science only rediscovered in the last few centuries. This implies that whoever built these monuments possessed a deep understanding of astronomy and timekeeping, knowledge that should not have existed in a supposedly primitive age. Even the DNA evidence from the Andes tells a peculiar story. Traces of haplogroups found in ancient Andean remains show unexpected genetic links to populations in the Pacific and even the Mediterranean, suggesting ancient transoceanic contact. Could this genetic mosaic be the result of survivors from multiple regions, Atlantis, Lemuria, or other lost lands, converging in the Andean highlands after global floods? If we interpret these legends and ruins as remnants of a civilization rebuilding after catastrophe, a powerful picture begins to emerge. Imagine small groups of survivors, bearers of advanced knowledge, scattered across a devastated planet, re-establishing pockets of civilization in the few regions left habitable after floods. The Andes, with their high altitude and relative stability, would have been a natural refuge. From there, they may have seeded new cultures, carrying fragments of ancient technology and sacred knowledge into a new world. Perhaps this explains why so many Andean traditions speak of cycles, of worlds created, destroyed, and reborn in endless succession. The Pachacuti, or world turning, is not just a metaphor. It reflects the deep memory of a people who witnessed the earth itself shift beneath them. To the Incas and their predecessors, time was not linear but cyclical, a reflection of cosmic rhythms that govern the rise and fall of civilizations. In this view, the Andean megaliths are not just ruins. They are markers of survival. They stand as testimony that humanity endured, that fragments of an ancient, sophisticated world found refuge in the mountains and carried on. If so, then Puma Punku, Tiwanaku, and Sacsayhuaman may be far more than archaeological curiosities. They could be the living fingerprints of a pre-cataclysmic world. Proof that after the flood, something of our forgotten greatness remained. Hidden deep within the highlands of modern-day Peru lies one of the most enigmatic places on Earth, a site that seems to defy not only logic, but the very laws of physics. It's called Sacsayhuaman, and to those who have stood before its cyclopean walls, it feels less like a ruin and more like a riddle carved into stone. Every block, every joint, every impossible curve seems to whisper a story older than time, a story of lost technology, of forgotten builders, and of a civilization that may have survived a cataclysm only to vanish once more. Sacsayhuaman sits above the ancient city of Cusco, the Incan capital and the navel of the world. The site itself is a vast fortress-like complex made of immense interlocking stones, some weighing more than 300 tons. Fitted together without mortar, yet so precisely that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. These stones are not uniform cubes or rectangles. They're irregular polygons, each shaped uniquely, yet all perfectly nested together like pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle. How could such precision have been achieved without modern tools, cranes, or machinery? Mainstream archaeology attributes the construction of Sacsayhuaman to the Inca around the 15th century, but even the Inca themselves claimed otherwise. Their oral traditions clearly state that the site was built long before their time, by an earlier race of giants or by the gods themselves. The Inca revered the site as sacred, believing it was created by the Apu, powerful spirits of the mountains. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, they too were awestruck by the structure, scale, and craftsmanship, unable to comprehend how indigenous people could have moved and shaped such massive stones without iron tools or wheels. The mystery begins with the stone itself. Many of the blocks are composed of andesite, a type of volcanic rock that is extremely hard, harder than steel. Yet the surfaces are smooth, the angles crisp, and the joints seamless. Some stones feature multiple faces that interlock with as many as 12 or more contact points, ensuring structural stability without mortar. Engineers who have studied the site are puzzled by how the builders managed to cut and fit these stones so perfectly, especially given the limited tools believed to exist at the time. Even more perplexing is how the stones were transported. The quarry from which they were supposedly taken lies miles away across steep, mountainous terrain. Modern experiments attempting to replicate this feat have failed miserably. Some of the largest blocks weigh as much as 350 tons, the equivalent of several fully loaded jumbo jets. To move them without advanced lifting or rolling technology seems impossible. Yet, somehow, the ancient builders did it, and they did it with precision that modern engineers struggle to match. How is this done? Mainstream explanations suggest the use of stone hammers and wooden rollers, combined with brute force and manpower. But the evidence doesn't add up. The cuts are too perfect, the surfaces too smooth, the joints too mathematically precise. Some blocks appear to have been molded into shape rather than carved, as if the stone had been softened, melted, and then fused together. This idea, once dismissed as fantasy, has gained traction in alternative archaeology due to emerging studies on ancient geopolymer technologies. In Peru and other parts of the Andes, legends speak of liquid stone, a mysterious plant-based potion that could soften rock. According to oral tradition, this substance was used to mold stone like clay and then harden it again. Local shamans and indigenous elders still speak of a bird secretion that could dissolve stone, a story that sounds mythical but may conceal traces of ancient alchemical knowledge. Could the builders of Sacsayhuaman have possessed a technology capable of altering matter at the molecular level, a forgotten science that vanished with the last cataclysm? There's also evidence suggesting that sound may have played a role. In ancient cultures across the world, sound and vibration were believed to hold transformative power, to move, levitate, or shape matter. The perfect fitting of the Sacsayhuaman stones, some argue, could be the result of resonant frequency manipulation, a form of acoustic levitation. The idea may sound outlandish, but modern experiments have shown that sound waves can indeed move small particles and even small objects. If the ancients understood harmonics and resonance better than we do, they might have employed techniques lost to time. And the mysteries do not end with Sacsayhuaman itself. Across Peru, similar examples of polygonal masonry appear in Ollantaytambo, Machu Picchu, and even hidden sites deep in the jungle that remain unexplored. The walls of Cusco, for instance, show identical craftsmanship. Stones that curve around corners, interlock like gears, and even follow the contours of the terrain as though molded by some intelligent force. These structures have survived massive earthquakes that destroyed later colonial buildings, proving their superior design. Perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of Sacsayhuaman is not its engineering, but its symbolic geometry. The fortress walls form a massive zigzag pattern that from above resembles lightning bolts or serpent bodies, both symbols of divine power in Andean cosmology. The site's alignment also mirrors key celestial events. Its angles correspond to solstices and equinoxes, suggesting that it served both ceremonial and astronomical functions. This level of alignment indicates that its builders possess deep knowledge of Earth's geometry and celestial mechanics, a hallmark of ancient sacred architecture found from Egypt to Angkor to Stonehenge. Could this mean that Sacsayhuaman was built by the same global culture responsible for the world's other megaliths? Many alternative researchers believe so. They argue that before the last cataclysm, perhaps during the final millennia of the Pleistocene, an advanced civilization flourished across the Earth, capable of manipulating stone understanding cosmic alignments, and building structures that would outlast ages. When the cataclysm struck, whether by comet impact, solar flare, or crustal displacement, this civilization was nearly wiped out. The survivors scattered, rebuilding fragments of their knowledge in isolated pockets like the Andes, Egypt, and Turkey. There's another layer to this enigma, one that blends myth and archaeology. In Incan mythology, the god Viracocha created humanity, but after humans fell into chaos, he destroyed them with a flood. Later, he reappeared, teaching survivors the arts of civilization, agriculture, architecture, astronomy. The descriptions of Viracocha are hauntingly similar to those of bearded gods found in Mesoamerican legends like Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan. Figures said to have come from across the sea after a great deluge, bringing knowledge and enlightenment. Could these be memories of the same survivors, the bearers of lost wisdom from a pre-flood world? When viewed through this lens, Sacsayhuaman becomes more than a fortress. It becomes a symbol of endurance, a stone monument to survival and remembrance. Each megalith may represent a story of resilience, a testament to humanity's ability to rebuild from the ashes of destruction. It's possible that the builders deliberately designed their structures to last a millennia, to outlive earthquakes, empires, and time itself, so that future generations might one day rediscover the truth of what came before. Standing before the towering walls of Sacsayhuaman today, one can feel the echo of that forgotten age, the hum of a civilization that once mastered forces we can barely comprehend. Whether it was achieved through lost technology, advanced mathematics, or esoteric knowledge of vibration and matter, the result is undeniable. A construction so perfect, so enduring, that it stands as living proof that our ancestors may have been far more advanced than we dare to believe. Perhaps, in the end, Sacsayhuaman is not just a ruin but a message, one left in stone for a future humanity that would one day rise again after its own cataclysm, just as they did. A message carved across ages, whispering to all who can feel it. We were here, we remembered, and we rebuilt. In the dense jungles of Central America, cloaked by centuries of vines and silence, lie the ruins of a civilization that once reached for the stars. Their temples rise like mountains in the green abyss, their pyramids align with celestial precision, their glyphs telling stories of creation, destruction, and rebirth. This is a world of the ancient Maya, a civilization that, like so many others, seemed to appear suddenly, achieve incredible heights of science and art, and then mysteriously collapse. Yet, what if the Maya were not an isolated phenomenon? What if they, too, were heirs to knowledge far older than history, fragments of wisdom carried by survivors of forgotten global cataclysm? The mystery of the Maya has puzzled archaeologists for decades. How did a jungle-dwelling society develop such precise understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and architecture seemingly overnight? The Maya built vast cities with advanced irrigation systems, intricate road networks, and towering step pyramids that served as both temples and observatories. They created one of the most sophisticated writing systems in the ancient world and developed a calendar so accurate it surpasses ours in certain calculations. Yet, astonishingly, their civilization appears to have arisen around 2000 BC, long after the supposed dawn of civilization in Sumer and Egypt, and with no clear developmental lineage. It's as if the knowledge simply appeared, fully formed, as though inherited from an earlier, forgotten source. One of the most striking aspects of Maya science is their calendar system, specifically the long count calendar, which tracks vast cycles of time known as backtons, each spanning over 394 years. But the real secret of this calendar lies in its astronomical precision and philosophical depth. The Maya didn't see time as linear but cyclical, composed of repeating ages, creations and destructions of the world. According to their mythology, we live in the fifth such age, or sun, following 4 previous worlds that were each destroyed by cataclysms, floods, fire, and earthquakes. This pattern echoes eerily with global flood myths, Sumerian cycles, and even Plato's account of Atlantis. It's as if the Maya were preserving a cosmic memory, an ancient timeline stretching back to the Great Reset that ended the last ice age. Their monuments, too, seem to encode this memory. The great city of Teotihuacan, though predating the Maya proper, was built in perfect alignment with celestial patterns. Its central avenue, known as the Avenue of the Dead, points toward the setting of the Pleiades, a star cluster held sacred in many ancient traditions, symbolizing rebirth after destruction. The pyramid of the sun's base measures exactly half the perimeter of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and both structures share near-identical mathematical ratios. How could two civilizations, separated by oceans and supposedly by thousands of years, construct monuments with such uncanny similarities? Some researchers argue that this is no coincidence, that the builders of these pyramids inherited their architectural principles from a much older, global culture. Legends from Central and South America speak of the white-bearded gods, the Viracochas or Kukulkan, who came from across the sea after a great flood, bringing with them the knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, and sacred geometry. These beings taught the survivors how to rebuild, how to align their temples to the stars, and how to honor the cycles of the heavens. The Maya, like the Egyptians and Sumerians, may have been one branch of a worldwide effort to re-establish civilization after the cataclysm that erased its memory. But there's something even more profound hidden in their cosmology, a recurring theme of destruction by water and fire, followed by rebirth of the serpent of the sky. The feathered serpent god, known as Kukulkan to Maya and Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs, was said to come from the heavens, bringing order to chaos. He represents both the celestial and terrestrial forces, the connection between heaven and earth. The serpent, coiled and feathered, mirrors the duality of nature and the cycles of time itself. The same symbol appears in countless other cultures, as the Naga in India, the Ouroboros in Greece, the rainbow serpent in Australia. Could this universal image of the serpent be an encoded memory of a celestial event, perhaps a comet or solar flare, that triggered the very cataclysm humanity remembers in myth? If we look closer at Maya architecture, we find clues suggesting that their cities were designed as harmonic maps of the cosmos. Chichen Itza's famous pyramid El Castillo is a masterpiece of astronomical engineering. During the equinoxes, the sun casts a serpent-shaped shadow down its staircase, a stunning illusion that represents the descent of Kukulkan from the heavens. This event not only demonstrates their mastery of solar geometry, but also hints at a deeper message: the return of divine knowledge to Earth at cyclical intervals. Some interpret this as an echo of the return of the god motif, a recurring pattern in ancient prophecy pointing to cycles of destruction and renewal. The Maya also possessed a concept known as the Great Cycle, a span of 13 backtons, or roughly 5,125 years. The last such cycle, according to their calendar, began in 3114 BCE and ended in December 2012 CE, a date that captivated the modern world with fears of apocalypse. Yet for the Maya, this was not the end of the world, but the end of one age and the beginning of another, a reset in cosmic time. The symbolism is chillingly reminiscent of Plato's account of periodic destructions, of Hindu yugas, and the younger Dryas Cataclysm, all describing periodic resets in human civilization. Could the Maya have inherited this cosmic timeline from survivors who experienced the last great reset firsthand? Further evidence lies beneath the jungles themselves. Recent LiDAR scans, a revolutionary technology that can penetrate dense vegetation, have revealed vast networks of roads, canals, and cities stretching across thousands of square kilometers. The sheer scale suggests a level of organization and population density far greater than previously thought. Some of these cities appear to have been built atop older foundations, hinting that the Maya inherited sites from an even more ancient culture. Just as the Inca built on pre-Incan ruins, perhaps the Maya too were reconstructing upon the bones of an earlier civilization that had perished in the cataclysm. And then there are the similarities between Maya and Egyptian iconography. Both cultures built pyramids aligned to the stars. Both depicted the afterlife as a journey through cosmic gates, and both associated serpents and solar deities with rebirth. Even their hieroglyphic writing bears conceptual parallels, stylized, multidimensional, and deeply symbolic. Could these parallels reflect shared origins, remnants of a global system of knowledge, once spread across continents before the flood separated them? Modern archaeologists, bound by the limitations of conventional timelines, often dismiss such connections as coincidence. Yet when viewed collectively, the flood myths, the cosmic cycles, the architectural alignments, the serpent gods, the coincidences multiply beyond reason. The Maya were not alone in speaking of worlds destroyed and reborn. Their story fits seamlessly into the greater human narrative of survival after catastrophe. One cannot ignore the lingering question: where did they get their knowledge? How could civilization in the jungle, isolated from the so-called Old World, have mastered astronomy, time cycles, and stone architecture to such perfection? Perhaps the answer lies not in the jungles, but in the stars, or in the memory of an age before the flood, when humanity once gazed upon the cosmos with unified understanding. If the Maya were indeed the torchbearers of this lost wisdom, then their monuments are not mere relics. They are messages in stone, messages that speak of cycles, destruction, and rebirth, of cosmic rhythms that govern not only the heavens but human destiny. Their legacy may hold the key to understanding the pattern that has shaped our species since the dawn of time: rise, fall, reset, and rise again. In that sense, the Maya did not predict the end of the world in 2012. They simply reminded us that the end is never truly the end. It is part of the great cycle, one that began long before recorded history and may soon come again. And just as their ancestors rebuilt after the last cataclysm, so too might we, if we can remember what they remembered and heed the warning carved into their temples and written in their stars. Far beneath the endless blue of the world's oceans, hidden in shadows where sunlight never reaches, lie ruins that should not exist. Massive stone blocks, geometric formations, and stair-like terraces rest silently under the waves, covered by coral and time. These are not the chaotic remnants of nature. They bear the unmistakable mark of human hands. Yet they're found in places that, according to mainstream science, have been submerged for more than 10,000 years. The most haunting of these underwater mysteries lies off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a site that challenges everything we think we know about the timeline of human civilization. Discovered in 1986 by a diver exploring the southern coast of Yonaguni Island, this submerged structure has sparked fierce debate ever since. What divers found beneath the sea was not just a rock formation, but an immense stone complex stretching nearly 500 feet long and 90 feet tall. Its terraces, platform, and staircases appear unnaturally straight, its surfaces carved with right angles so precise that many researchers immediately recognize an architectural logic at work. The site looks eerily like an ancient temple, a ziggurat, or even a city square buried by the ocean. But the enigma deepens when we realize that the area has been underwater for at least 10,000 years, dating back to the end of the last ice age, when sea levels were more than 100 feet lower. If the Yonaguni Monument is indeed man-made, then it predates every known civilization on Earth by millennia. It would mean that advanced societies capable of large-scale stone engineering existed long before the rise of Egypt, Sumer, or the Indus Valley. Such an idea threatens to overturn the foundation of modern archaeology, which insists that organized civilizations only began around 6,000 years ago. But how can such monumental architecture exist from a time when humanity was supposedly made up of nomadic hunter-gatherers? The Japanese marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, who has studied Yonaguni for decades, firmly believes it to be the remains of an ancient city, one that may have sunk following a massive earthquake or rising seas at the end of the last glacial period. He claims to have identified roadways, walls, terraces, and even what might be a stadium and relief carvings resembling animals and faces. To him, this was once a thriving metropolis, part of a civilization that vanished when the sea reclaimed it. Kimura even connects it to the lost Pacific continent of Mu, a legendary land said to have been destroyed in a great flood, similar to Plato's Atlantis. Skeptics, on the other hand, argue that the formation is entirely natural, a product of tectonic activity and the fracturing of sandstone layers. They point out that the region's geology allows for straight breaks and step-like formations, creating an illusion of man-made architecture. Yet even among skeptics, there is unease. The site's symmetrical alignments, its stairways leading to flat terraces, and its precise angular geometry seem too deliberate to dismiss. As one diver described it, if nature made this, then nature has an engineer's hand. But Yonaguni is only one piece of a far larger puzzle. Across the world's oceans, similar anomalies have been discovered. Submerged structures that defy easy explanation. Off the coast of India, near the city of Dwarka in the Gulf of Khambat, sonar scans have revealed vast underwater ruins stretching over 5 miles. Divers have brought up pottery, tools, and even human remains dating back nearly 9,000 years, long before any known city should have existed. The ancient Hindu texts speak of Dvarka as the city of Lord Krishna, a shining metropolis that was swallowed by the sea after a catastrophic flood. Could this be another memory of the same global event that buried Yanaguni? Even more haunting are the megalithic structures discovered in the Caribbean and off the coast of Cuba. In 2001, a team of Canadian researchers using sonar technology found geometric stone formations on the ocean floor between Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula. The stones appear to form pyramids, roads, and circular plazas, all resting under 2,000 feet of water. Geological dating suggests that this region was last above sea level over 10,000 years ago, during the very same period when the ice sheets melted and global coastlines shifted dramatically. If verified, these ruins could represent an Atlantean-like civilization erased in the flood that marked the Younger Dryas boundary. The similarities among these sites, Japan, India, the Caribbean, are difficult to ignore. They all date roughly to the same epoch, the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 BCE. They all show signs of intelligent design, right angles, terraces, and megalithic construction. And most importantly, they are all submerged in regions that would have been habitable and dry land before the sudden rise in sea levels. Taken together, these ruins hint at a global catastrophe that wiped out coastal civilizations worldwide, a reset that forced humanity back into survival mode, erasing nearly all traces of what came before. There's a recurring pattern here that aligns perfectly with ancient myths. Nearly every culture speaks of flood, a deluge that destroyed the world and forced the survivors to flee to high ground. The Sumerians spoke of Ziusudra, the lone man warned by the gods to build a boat. The Bible tells of Noah. The Greeks tell of Deucalion and Pyrrha. The Maya tell of the world being drowned before the birth of the fifth sun. Could these all be echoes of the same event, a collective memory of the melting ice sheets, the rising oceans, and the drowning of once great coastal civilizations like Yanaguni? If we imagine the world during that time, around 12,000 years ago, the picture becomes clearer. Massive glaciers covered much of the northern hemisphere. As they melted, they unleashed floods of unimaginable scale, not over years, but within days or weeks. Sea levels rose rapidly, swallowing coastlines and erasing entire settlements. Earthquakes and volcanic activity, triggered by shifting pressures in the crust, could have caused even greater devastation. For the people who lived through it, it must have felt like the end of the world, the great cataclysm remembered by every ancient tradition. Could Yanaguni then be a memorial to that world before the flood? A silent witness to humanity's previous age of glory, lying in wait beneath the waves? If so, what other secrets lie hidden beneath the oceans, waiting to be rediscovered? It's estimated that over 70% of Earth's ancient coastlines are now underwater, buried under hundreds of feet of sea. That means the archaeological record we base our history on represents only a fraction of what once existed. We may have literally lost entire chapters of human civilization beneath the sea, chapters that could prove that we have risen and fallen many times before. The implications are staggering. If these submerged structures are indeed man-made, then our entire understanding of human history is built on an incomplete foundation. It would mean that advanced societies capable of architecture, mathematics, and navigation thrived long before the dawn of what we call civilization. It would mean that the timeline of humanity stretches far deeper into prehistory than we ever dared to imagine, and that our ancestors may have lived through an event so devastating that only myth could preserve its memory. In the silent depths of Yanaguni, the stones tell their story, one of water, loss, and rebirth. Whether the site is a geological oddity or the ruins of an ancient metropolis, it remains a monument to the mystery of our forgotten past. The ocean guards its secrets well, but the tides of discovery are shifting. As technology advances, we are beginning to glimpse what lies beneath, and the story that is emerging is one of awe, tragedy, and revelation. If humanity did indeed reset after a forgotten global cataclysm, then the proof may not be found on land at all. It may lie beneath the ocean, in the ruins of cities like Yanaguni, monuments to a world that ended long before history began. And as divers descend into the blue depths, exploring the silence where stone meets sea, they are not just searching for ruins. They are searching for ourselves, for the echoes of who we once were, and perhaps who we might become again. In the heart of the world's oldest myths, there's one tale that stands above all others, the story of Atlantis. It is a legend that has haunted human imagination for over 2,000 years, ever since the philosopher Plato first recorded it in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. According to him, Atlantis was an advanced island civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. It was said to be a place of immense wealth, divine architecture, and technological prowess, ruled by kings descended from the gods themselves. And then, in a single day and night of misfortune, the island sank beneath the sea. To most, it is myth. But what if it is memory? What if Atlantis was not merely an allegory, but a distorted recollection of a real, pre-cataclysmic world that once thrived, a world erased by the same global disaster that may have caused humanity's Great Reset? Plato wrote his account around 360 BC, claiming that the story had been passed down to him through the Egyptian priests who, in turn, had preserved it for thousands of years. They described a powerful maritime civilization that existed 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing around 11,600 years ago, coinciding almost exactly with the end of the Younger Dryas period and the sudden rise in global sea levels. The coincidence is uncanny. Modern geological data confirms that around 11,600 years ago, the Earth underwent rapid climatic changes and widespread flooding. The same time Plato dates the destruction of Atlantis. Was Plato recording an ancient memory of a real event, a global cataclysm that wiped clean the traces of a once great civilization? According to his description, Atlantis was a vast island larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined, rich in metals, fertile plains, and magnificent architecture. Its capital city was constructed in concentric rings of land and water, connected by bridges and canals, centered around a temple to the god Poseidon. The Atlanteans were said to possess advanced knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and navigation, far surpassing any known civilization of antiquity. They harnessed the power of nature, perhaps even mastering technologies that sound eerily modern. But over time, their ambition turned to greed and arrogance. The gods punished them, sending earthquakes and floods that swallowed their empire in a single night. Many scholars dismiss the tale as a moral allegory, Plato's philosophical warning against the corruption of power. Yet others note that his account contains details too specific, too geologically precise, to be mere invention. Plato described the Cataclysm as a real historical event, even placing Atlantis' location opposite the mouth of the Pillars of Hercules. Beyond that point lies the vast Atlantic Ocean, an area once dotted with islands and continental shelves that would have been above water before the Great Melt. Could remnants of Atlantis still lie hidden beneath the ocean, waiting to be rediscovered? Over the centuries, countless explorers have searched for Atlantis, and strange discoveries have fueled the belief that it was real. Off the coast of the Bahamas, in the shallow waters of the Bimini Islands, divers found long, straight rows of massive stone blocks known as the Bimini Road. Some claim these are the remnants of ancient harbor walls or causeways, whether by the sea but unmistakably man-made. Geological tests date them to around 10,000 BC, again aligning perfectly with proposed time of Atlantis' fall. Other possible sites have been identified near the Azores, the Canary Islands, and even the Mediterranean. Off the coast of Spain, near Cadiz, researchers have discovered circular structures beneath marshlands that eerily resemble Plato's description of Atlantis' concentric rings. Satellite imaging reveals geometric patterns beneath the sand, massive formations that could once have been canals or fortifications. These sites, now buried and half submerged, may have once been thriving coastal cities before the cataclysmic floods. But perhaps the most tantalizing evidence comes not from the Atlantic, but from the Sahara Desert. In the desolate expanses of Mauritania lies a Rikat structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara, a massive circular formation visible even from space. Measuring nearly 25 miles across, its concentric rings mirror, almost exactly, Plato's description of the Atlantean capital. Geologists claim it is a natural formation, yet the resemblance is uncanny. Circular rings of alternating land and water channels, a central elevated island, and even nearby evidence of ancient rivers and lakes. In prehistoric times, this region was lush and fertile. not desert but savanna. Could the Eye of the Sahara have once been the site of Atlantis before desertification buried it beneath sand and time? If so, the implications are staggering. It would mean that the story of Atlantis, far from being fantasy, preserves a record of the last great global reset, a civilization, advanced yet flawed, wiped from existence by sudden environmental catastrophe. The survivors, scattered across the world, would have carried fragments of their culture to new lands, becoming the seeds of later civilizations, the builders of Egypt, Sumer, and the Americas. This could explain why ancient myths across continents share the same structure, a golden age destroyed by a flood, followed by the rebirth of humanity guided by the remnants of divine knowledge. Supporters of this theory point to the extraordinary parallels between Atlantean mythology and early Egyptian lore. The Egyptians spoke of Zep Tepi the first time, a forgotten epic when gods walked among men and great knowledge flourished before a global flood reset civilization. They also recorded that their ancestors came from a distant land that had been destroyed by water. Could this first time be the same epic Plato described, and the gods themselves survivors or teachers from Atlantis? Further adding to the mystery, ancient global architecture exhibits striking similarities that suggest a shared origin. The precision of pyramid construction, the alignment of temples to celestial bodies, and the use of sacred geometry appear independently across distant cultures. If Atlantis was real, it may have been the mother civilization from which these techniques and philosophies spread, carried by refugees after Cataclysm. Modern geological and satellite data continue to provide subtle hints. Beneath the Atlantic Ocean lie vast submerged ridges and plateaus, such as the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which had once formed part of an island chain now deep beneath the waves. Oceanic mapping has revealed anomalies that resemble submerged plateaus and terraces, leading some researchers to suggest that rising sea level could indeed have drowned entire land masses. And while mainstream science remains cautious, it cannot ignore the growing evidence of abrupt global flooding events that perfectly match the timeline Plato described. If the legend of Atlantis is not fiction but distorted history, then it represents more than the fall of a single civilization. It is a symbol of humanity's recurring cycle of rise and destruction. Perhaps Atlantis was not the only lost land, but one of many, one of several advanced societies that perished in the same global reset. Its story endures because it captures a truth written into our collective memory, that we have been here before and we may be here again. In that sense, Atlantis may not simply be a place to be found, but a warning to be understood, a reminder that great civilizations can vanish overnight, not through mythic punishment, but through nature's own power. Whether it lies beneath the Atlantic, buried in the Sahara, or exists only in the echoes of time, the story of Atlantis speaks to something profoundly human. Our desire to remember what was lost, to recover what we once were, and to ensure that the mistakes of the past do not repeat themselves. And so, when we look across the oceans or into the shifting sands, we are not just searching for a mythical island. We are searching for proof that our species has lived through cycles of brilliance and destruction, and that the story of Atlantis is not the beginning of a legend, but the end of an age. Far to the south, at the bottom of the world, lies a land covered in eternal ice, a frozen desert that few have ever seen with their own eyes. Yet beneath Antarctica's endless white, whispers tell of a secret world. Buried mountains, vast freshwater lakes sealed off for millions of years, and, according to some researchers, the ruins of an ancient civilization entombed under miles of ice. It sounds impossible, yet the mystery of Antarctica may be the most haunting of all, a key to the greatest forgotten chapter in human history, and perhaps the final piece of the puzzle linking our age to a time before the last cataclysm. For decades, Antarctica has been shrouded in secrecy. Officially, it is the most remote and least explored continent on Earth, governed by an international treaty that forbids military presence and restricts access to scientific missions. But satellite imagery, ancient maps, and strange reports from early explorers suggest that something far older and far more mysterious may be hidden beneath its icy veil. What if Antarctica was once ice-free? What if, in a distant epoch, it was not a frozen wasteland at all, but the cradle of an advanced civilization erased by the shifting poles and the global catastrophe that followed? The idea might seem like pure speculation, until one encounters a map that should not exist. The Pyre Reese map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral, using sources that predate the known age of exploration, depicts the coastlines of South America and Antarctica with astonishing accuracy. But there's a catch. The Antarctic coast shown on the map is free of ice, displaying rivers, mountain ranges, and detailed shorelines that match modern seismic surveys taken under the ice sheet. According to conventional history, Antarctica was discovered only in 1820, and it has been covered in ice for millions of years. How, then, could a 16th century map show its subglacial terrain in such precise detail? Scholars have tried to explain it away as coincidence or misinterpretation, but the implications are staggering. If the Pyre Reese map is accurate, then whoever created the original source material had knowledge of Antarctica's coastline before it was frozen, which would mean before 10,000 BC, when the ice began to expand after the last great flood. In other words, the map may be a fragment of ancient knowledge passed down through forgotten civilizations, perhaps remnant of a world that existed before the cataclysm that reset humanity. Some researchers suggest that Antarctica's climate may not have always been as harsh as it is today. Core samples taken from the continent reveal fossilized pollen, traces of tropical plants, and evidence of flowing rivers. Geological studies confirm that Antarctica once enjoyed a temperate climate, perhaps as recently as 12,000 years ago, before a sudden shift in Earth's axis or a rapid crustal displacement froze the continent in place. Could that have been the same event that flooded the world, sank Atlantis, and forced survivors to flee northward, carrying fragments of knowledge and memory? This theory, first popularized by Charles Hapgood in his groundbreaking work Earth's Shifting Crust, proposes that the entire outer shell of the Earth's surface may have shifted thousands of miles in a single event, repositioning continents almost overnight. According to Hapgood, this shift could explain why Antarctica, once in a more temperate zone, suddenly became frozen, burying any trace of its earlier inhabitants under miles of ice. Even Albert Einstein took interest in Hapgood's theory, noting that such a crustal displacement was scientifically plausible under the right conditions. If Hapgood was correct, then Antarctica may hold the preserved remains of a civilization older than any known on Earth, a civilization caught in the instant freeze of a planetary cataclysm. What lies beneath could be a time capsule of the world before the reset, and the idea that something ancient could be buried there isn't as far-fetched as it seems. In 2016, NASA satellites detected heat anomalies beneath the ice, massive geothermal hotspots that could be signs of subterranean structures or volcanic activity. Then, radar mapping revealed enormous geometric formations beneath the ice near the Ellsworth Mountains, shapes so symmetrical that some observers claimed they could not be natural. Adding to the intrigue, reports have circulated for decades of strange activities in Antarctica, secret military expeditions, unexplained flight restrictions, and high-profile visits by global leaders, including scientists, religious figures, and government officials. Some claim these visits are tied to discoveries that remain classified, ruins, artifacts, or perhaps even technology preserved in the ice. While these stories are difficult to verify, the secrecy surrounding the continent fuels the suspicion that something extraordinary lies hidden there. Then there is Lake Vostok, a massive subglacial lake buried beneath more than 2 miles of ice, sealed off in the atmosphere for at least 15 million years. When Russian scientists drilled into it, they discovered microbial life unlike anything known on the surface, organisms that seem to have adapted to complete isolation and extreme pressure. Some theorists have gone further, suggesting that if such life can survive in those conditions, perhaps the ruins of a lost civilization or evidence of ancient human habitation could still exist preserved nearby, encased in ice like a frozen time capsule. But even without speculation, the geological evidence alone is enough to challenge our view of the past. If Antarctica was once green, inhabited, and then rapidly frozen, that event must have been catastrophic. A sudden pole shift, an asteroid impact, or massive solar activity could have triggered it, the same forces that cause a rapid melt and floods elsewhere. In that case, Antarctica could be the ground zero of the cataclysm that wiped clean the ancient world. The survivors of that disaster, fleeing northward, may have carried memories of their homeland, a land of gods that vanished beneath the cold, giving rise to universal myths of sunken continents like Atlantis and Mu. Ancient texts and esoteric traditions may preserve faint echoes of this idea. The Hindu epics speak of Atala, a southern land that disappeared beneath the ocean. The Maya told of a white land far to the south, destroyed by fire and ice. Even Plato described Atlantis as being beyond the Pillars of Hercules, toward the great southern sea. Could all these stories be referring, in some distorted form, to the lost world beneath Antarctica's ice? The Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959, effectively seals the continent from independent exploration. No one may conduct private excavation or establish permanent habitation. Officially, this is to protect the fragile environment and maintain peace. But to many researchers, it seems suspicious, as if the world's powers know something about the continent that they don't want revealed. What might be discovered if the ice were to melt completely? What secrets lie waiting in the frozen ruins? Technology, architecture, or records of a civilization that vanished long before recorded time? In recent years, as the polar ice continues to melt at unprecedented rates, more anomalies are beginning to appear. Satellite imagery has revealed strange, dome-like structures, linear ridges, and perfectly circular patterns emerging from beneath the thinning ice. Some are likely natural, but others defy easy explanation. Could these be the first glimpses of what has been hidden for 12 millennia? The frozen remnants of humanity's forgotten ancestors? Whether one believes in the literal existence of a lost Antarctic civilization or not, the symbolism is powerful. Antarctica represents the buried past, the part of our collective memory locked away beneath layers of denial and ice. It is the ultimate metaphor for forgotten history, a continent of silence, concealing truths that could rewrite everything we think we know about where we came from. If the great cataclysm did indeed reset humanity, Antarctica may hold its final testimony, the last monument of the world that came before. And as our planet warms, melting away the veil of ice, we may soon be forced to confront what has long been hidden. Not only the physical remains of that world, but the realization that we are not the first to stand on the edge of greatness, nor the first to lose it all in a single, shattering moment. In the arid heart of Turkey, beneath layers of earth and time, lies a monument that should not exist. Long before the rise of Egypt or Sumer, before writing, metallurgy, or even agriculture, a people we barely understand carved towering monoliths out of solid stone and arranged them in perfect circles. This is Göbekli Tepe, one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries in human history, a site that forces us to question everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. Its existence is not merely an anomaly. It is a declaration that an advanced and organized society existed more than 12,000 years ago, at the very end of the last ice age, exactly when a supposed global cataclysm struck. When archaeologists first uncovered Göbekli Tepe in the 1990s, they were stunned. Radiocarbon dating placed the earliest layers of the site at around 9,600 BC, thousands of years before Stonehenge or the Great Pyramid of Giza. That date alone was enough to shock the academic world, because according to conventional history, humanity at that time was still in the Stone Age, living as nomadic hunter-gatherers with no permanent settlements, agriculture, or organized religion. And yet at Göbekli Tepe, we find monumental architecture, advanced symbolic art, and evidence of complex social organization. The builders of this site were not primitive tribespeople. They were something else, something far more sophisticated. The site consists of massive T-shaped pillars, each weighing between 10 and 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures. Some of these pillars rise over 18 feet high, and each one was carved with astonishing precision using only stone tools. The surfaces are adorned with intricate bas-reliefs depicting animals, foxes, lions, boars, serpents, vultures, and abstract symbols that seem to carry deep spiritual or astronomical significance. The arrangement of these enclosures is far from random. Their alignments correspond to celestial patterns, suggesting that the builders understood the movements of the stars and the precession of the equinoxes thousands of years before such knowledge should have existed. What makes Göbekli Tepe even more mysterious is that it was deliberately buried. Sometime around 8000 BCE, long after it had been constructed, its builders covered the entire site with tons of soil and debris, as if to protect it from something or to seal it away intentionally. The reason remains unknown. Why would a people who spent centuries creating such a masterpiece suddenly entomb it? Some researchers believe the burial was ceremonial, marking the end of an age. Others suspect it was an act of desperation, a way to preserve their sacred site from an oncoming catastrophe. Could Göbekli Tepe have been built as both a temple and a time capsule, a message to the future about a world that was ending? German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, who led the excavations until his death in 2014, described Göbekli Tepe as the world's first cathedral. He believed it was not merely a settlement or a temple, but a spiritual center for an entire region, a place where hunter-gatherer groups gathered to perform rituals that bound them together. Yet this idea raises another paradox. Why would nomadic people, who supposedly had no agriculture or permanent structures, build something so massive and enduring? To construct Göbekli Tepe would have required hundreds, perhaps thousands of coordinated workers, as well as advanced knowledge of engineering, quarrying, and logistics. Such organization implies a level of social complexity that should not have existed in 9600 BCE. Göbekli Tepe seems to suggest that the story of human civilization did not begin with farming, but the other way around. It may have been religion or shared memory that led to civilization. Schmidt once said, "First came the temple, then the city." Perhaps the people of Göbekli Tepe were survivors of the Cataclysm, remnants of an older, more advanced world who gathered here to remember what had been lost. If so, their descendants may have carried fragments of their knowledge across generations, eventually planting the seeds that grew into Sumer, Egypt, and beyond. The artwork at Göbekli Tepe adds another layer of mystery. Many of the carvings depict animals not native to the region today, hinting at a different environment at the time of construction, one consistent with the end of the Ice Age. Even more intriguing are the symbols, the H-shaped pillars, the looping serpents, and a recurring motif of a vulture holding a sphere or disc. Some researchers believe these images record astronomical events. One particular pillar, known as Pillar 43 or the Vulture Stone, appears to depict a constellation map showing the positions of the stars at a specific point in time, roughly 10,950 BC. The same date that geologists associate with the Younger Dryas impact event, the cataclysm that may have triggered a mini-ice age and massive floods. If true, Göbekli Tepe might be humanity's oldest record of a cosmic disaster. The parallels with myth are striking. Ancient stories from around the world speak of a time when the gods descended from the heavens and gave knowledge to humankind, a golden age that ended in fire, ice, and flood. Could Göbekli Tepe have been built by the last custodians of that knowledge, a people preserving the memory of a lost world before it disappeared completely? Some fringe theorists go even further, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe was part of a global network of megalithic sites, the remnants of a pre-cataclysmic civilization stretching from Turkey to Egypt, from South America to the Pacific. The similarities in construction and symbolism between Göbekli Tepe, the pyramids, and other ancient monuments are difficult to ignore. Even mainstream researchers admit that the site forces a complete rethinking of early human history. Archaeologist Ian Hodder called it the most important archaeological discovery of our time. It challenges the entire model of linear progress, suggesting instead that advanced cultures may have existed long before agriculture or written language, and that a global catastrophe may have erased them from the record. The people who built Göbekli Tepe were not the beginning of civilization. They may have been the end of the last one. Another mystery surrounds the sudden appearance of agriculture shortly after Göbekli Tepe's construction. Within a few centuries of the site's active use, farming began in the nearby Fertile Crescent, as the humanity suddenly remembered how to cultivate the land. Genetic studies of early domesticated plants show that they originated in precisely the same region. Was this coincidence? Or did the knowledge preserved at Göbekli Tepe inspire the rebirth of civilization, the spark that reignited human progress after the global reset? Even more puzzling is the architectural evolution of the site itself. As newer enclosures were built, the craftsmanship appears to decline. The carvings become cruder, the stones smaller. It's as though the builders were gradually forgetting how to recreate the original perfection. This suggests a long passage of time, centuries or even millennia, during which the descendants of the original builders tried to maintain a tradition whose full meaning they no longer understood. It is the same pattern we see across the world. A great knowledge once possessed and lost, and later imitated imperfectly by those who came after. Today, Göbekli Tepe stands as a silent witness to a forgotten chapter of our species, a chapter written in stone, buried, and rediscovered only now, in an age when we are once again facing the fragility of our world. Its builders knew something we have forgotten, that time moves in cycles, that civilizations rise and fall, and that the earth itself is not stable but ever-changing. Perhaps that is why they buried their temple, not to hide it from us, but to protect it for us, so that one day, when humanity was ready to remember, it would rise again from the earth and remind us who we once were. In the grand tapestry of human history, Göbekli Tepe is not an anomaly. It is the key, a message from a world that perished, carved in stone by hands that refuse to let their knowledge die. It stands at the threshold between two eras, the end of one world and the hesitant beginning of another. And in its pillars, aligned to the stars and marked by the memory of catastrophe, we may yet find the answer to the question that haunts this entire story. What happened before the reset? And who were we before the flood washed it all away? Far to the north, in the icy plains of Siberia, lie fields strewn with bones, immense, twisted remains of woolly mammoths, woolly rhinos, horses, and giant deer. The region is called the Barrelek Bone Bed, and it stretches for miles, a vast graveyard frozen in time. The sheer density of the remains defies explanation. Tens of thousands of perfectly preserved animals, many found standing upright, their flesh flash frozen, as if an invisible force had struck them in a single instant. To this day, their meat is so well preserved that wolves and scavengers feed on it, as though the creatures had died only yesterday. This is not a normal burial ground. It is a snapshot of apocalypse, preserved in permafrost. Scientists have long struggled to explain what could have caused such an event. Conventional theories suggest climate change at the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, gradually thinned megafaunal populations. But this explanation collapses in the face of the evidence. Many mammoths were not emaciated or sick. They were healthy, in the prime of life, their stomachs filled with undigested grass and buttercups, plants that grow only in temperate conditions. How could these animals have been grazing in a mild climate one moment, and then frozen solid the next? Something catastrophic must have occurred, something capable of dropping the temperature by hundreds of degrees in minutes. The story of the Siberian mammoths is one of the most chilling, literally and figuratively, clues pointing to a sudden, global-scale disaster. These creatures were not simply victims of slow glaciation. They were struck by a shock event, an instantaneous freeze. In one famous case, the Berezovka mammoth was discovered with its mouth still full of unchewed flowers, its body so intact that scientists later found ice crystals in its blood vessels. For that to happen, the temperature would have had to plummet below minus 150 degrees Fahrenheit within hours. Such a rapid freeze could only be caused by a cosmic or planetary event, far beyond normal earthly processes. One leading theory connects this mass freezing to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the idea that around 12,800 years ago, Earth was struck by a fragmented comet or asteroid. The impact, researchers suggest, would have triggered massive wildfires, shock waves, and instant climate reversal. The skies would have darkened with dust and ash, blocking sunlight and plunging the planet into a mini ice age. For animals caught in the open tundra of Siberia or Alaska, the blast wave could have been instantaneous. Supercooled winds sweeping across the plains, freezing everything in their path. What makes this theory even more compelling is that mammoth remains are found not just in Siberia, but across the Arctic Circle, Alaska, Canada, and even islands in the Arctic Ocean. In some areas, carcasses are found stacked together, tangled as if tossed by enormous floods or hurricanes. This pattern suggests that not only freezing, but also massive flooding and deposition occurred, a combination of ice and deluge consistent with the aftermath of an impact-induced cataclysm. Geological evidence supports this scenario. In the late 20th century, scientists identified a thin layer of sediment at sites around the world dating to approximately 12,800 years ago, known as the Younger Dryas boundary layer. This layer contains microspherules, nanodiamonds, and melted glassy particles consistent with a massive explosion or cosmic impact. Some of these materials have been found directly in the same permafrost layers as mammoth remains, suggesting a shared cause. It was not a gradual extinction. It was a planetary trauma, a sudden and violent event that erased entire ecosystems in a geological blink. The implications are profound. If such a catastrophic event struck the Earth 12,800 years ago, it could easily explain the simultaneous collapse of human cultures around the globe, the disappearance of the Clovis people in North America, the end of the Natufian culture in the Near East, and the abrupt flooding of coastal regions across the world. The frozen mammoths of Siberia, then, are not merely relics of a vanished species. They are witnesses to the great cataclysm that reset humanity. And yet, there is another layer to this mystery. Embedded among the bones, archaeologists have found human artifacts, tools, spearheads, and even signs of fire. This suggests that early humans coexisted with these great beasts until the moment disaster struck. Some legends among the native Siberian tribes tell the great storm of ice and fire that fell from the sky, killing everything instantly, a myth passed down through generations, perhaps rooted in the memory of a real event. The Siberian catastrophe appears to have been global in scope. Similar frozen graveyards exist across the northern hemisphere. In Alaska's Fairbanks goldfields, miners have uncovered entire hills made of jumbled bones, mammoths, mastodons, bison, and even ancient camels, all mixed with torn vegetation and frozen mud. The soil appears to have been churned violently, as if by a massive tidal wave that instantly froze solid. The sheer energy required to produce such conditions boggles the imagination. Some researchers propose that the pole shift theory, popularized by Charles Hapgood and supported by Albert Einstein, might explain this. If the Earth's crust shifted rapidly, entire regions could have moved from temperate latitudes into the Arctic Circle within days or weeks. What was once lush grassland could suddenly become a frozen wasteland. This would explain why mammoths were found with warm climate vegetation in their stomachs, and why some even show signs of extreme internal pressure, as though they were thrown or crushed by enormous forces. Others have connected the mammoth mystery to sudden solar activity, a solar micronova, or a massive burst of solar plasma that scorched parts of the Earth while triggering an instant cooling effect as atmospheric debris blocked out sunlight. In this model, regions close to the poles would experience intense supercooling, while equatorial regions would burn. Such an event could easily have caused the mass extinctions, floods, and temperature swings that marked the end of the Ice Age. Whatever the true cause, the mammoths serve as undeniable evidence that something extraordinary happened, something beyond the slow progression of natural change. Their preservation is so perfect, so instantaneous, that it can only be described as apocalyptic. The catastrophe that froze them may have reshaped the entire planet. Melting glaciers in some places, freezing continents in others, and driving entire civilizations to extinction. There's also the unsettling thought that if a similar event were to occur today, we would be as helpless as those mammoths were. Our cities, our machines, our technology, all of it could vanish beneath ice or water in days. The mammoths remind us that Earth's stability is an illusion, and that the same forces that destroyed the world once before could easily do so again. And then there's a final enigma. Some of these frozen carcasses show radioactive isotopes in their tissues, levels higher than background radiation. This detail, rarely discussed in mainstream reports, has fueled speculation that the event that killed them might have involved a burst of cosmic radiation, or even a high-energy plasma discharge from the sun. Could the flash freezing of the mammoths have been the biological consequence of the same cosmic catastrophe that wiped out human settlements, melted glaciers, and reset the world? In a haunting way, the Siberian permafrost acts like a time capsule, preserving the very moment of the world destruction. Every mammoth unearthed is a messenger from the edge of extinction, a frozen echo of that forgotten day, when the earth itself convulsed. When we look into their lifeless eyes, we are not merely gazing into prehistory. We are seeing the frozen memory of the last great reset. It is no coincidence that the timing aligns perfectly with the birth of Göbekli Tepe, the end of the Younger Dryas, and the disappearance of early human cultures worldwide. The frozen mammoths are the biological evidence of the same global trauma, a trauma that may have buried cities, erased civilizations, and forced humanity to begin again from the ashes and ice. Perhaps, then, the mammoth is not merely an extinct creature of the Ice Age, but a symbol of what happens when nature reclaims its balance. A warning from the deep past that life, no matter how mighty, can be silenced in an instant by forces beyond comprehension. The mammoths, frozen with their last breath still in their lungs, bear silent testimony to the fragility of our world and the inevitability of cycles. They remind us that history, like the ice, is not dead, only sleeping, waiting to thaw and reveal the truth. In the heart of the Andes Mountains of Bolivia, where thin air clings to the skin and clouds drift like ghosts across jagged peaks, lies one of the greatest enigmas in all of archaeology, Pumapunku. This ancient complex, part of the larger site of Tiwanaku, is not just another ruin. It is a message carved in stone, a whisper from an age that should not exist. The precision of its construction defies everything we know about the capabilities of ancient civilizations. The stones themselves, weighing hundreds of tons, are shaped with such exactitude that modern engineers struggle to replicate them even with today's technology. And yet, according to mainstream archaeology, Pumapunku was built over 17,000 years ago, a time when humanity was supposedly still primitive, without metal tools, the wheel, or written language. Standing among the megaliths of Pumapunku is a surreal experience. Gigantic red sandstone and andesite blocks lie scattered like the remnants of a colossal machine that once shattered. Many bear perfectly straight cuts, polished surfaces, and drill holes so precise that they suggest the use of advanced machinery. Some stones feature complex interlocking, H-shaped designs that fit together with millimeter accuracy, a level of engineering precision unheard of in the ancient world. Even more astonishing, microscopic analysis has shown that certain cuts appear to have been made with high-speed rotary tools or even laser-like instruments. How could Stone Age people, armed only with chisels and hammers, achieve such flawless geometry? Archaeologists have tried to explain it by suggesting that the builders used simple stone tools and countless years of labor, but that explanation falters under the sheer scale and precision of the work. Many of the blocks weigh between 50 and 130 tons, and some are made of andesite, one of the hardest stones on Earth, harder than steel. Even today, cutting and shaping such material will require diamond-tipped saws. Yet here, at the edge of the Bolivian plateau, more than 12,000 feet above sea level, someone did it thousands of years ago. The mystery deepens when one considers the site's location. Tiwanaku and Pumapunku sit over 2 miles above sea level, in an environment where no trees grow and oxygen is scarce. Transporting these immense stones to the site would have been nearly impossible without advanced engineering. And yet, the quarries from which the stones were sourced lie 10 kilometers away, across rugged terrain and steep inclines. How could primitive builders move and precisely position such massive blocks under those conditions? Even more astonishing is the layout of the site itself. The stones of Pumapunku are not arranged randomly. They form part of an incredibly sophisticated modular design, almost as if they were components of a disassembled structure. Each block seems to have been created according to a blueprint, symmetrical, standardized, and fitted with grooves, slots, and joints that suggest mechanical or architectural function. Some researchers believe that the site was once part of a vast complex, possibly a temple, a power station, or even machine, destroyed in a single cataclysmic event. The scattered stones, they argue, are not ruins of decay, but debris of sudden destruction. Adding to the mystery are the magnetic anomalies detected in several of the andesite blocks. Certain stones exhibit localized magnetic polarity, as though exposed to intense electromagnetic fields during their shaping or destruction. This has led some researchers to speculate that the builders of Pumapunku possess an understanding of energy and vibration, perhaps even a lost technology based on resonance or acoustic levitation. Could this have been how they moved such massive stones? Not through brute force, but through mastery of the natural forces of the earth? There are legends that seem to support this possibility. The local Aymara people tell stories of the Viracocha, the Shining Ones, or the gods who came from the sky. According to the myth, Viracocha descended after a great flood, bringing with him the knowledge to rebuild the world. He was said to have taught humanity how to shape stone, as if it were clay, soft and malleable under his touch. The similarity between this legend and the physical evidence at Pumapunku, stone shaped with impossible precision, as if one softened, is too striking to ignore. Modern scientists have discovered that sonic and vibrational energy can alter the molecular structure of certain crystalline rocks, temporarily softening their surfaces. Could the ancients have known how to use sound frequencies to manipulate stone? This idea, once dismissed as fringe speculation, has gained new life as physicists study acoustic levitation, a process by which sound waves can lift and move objects without contact. If such a technology once existed in the ancient world, Pumapunku could be the fossilized evidence of its use. But then comes the question of time. Radiocarbon dating and geological studies have suggested that the earliest phases of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku could date back as far as 15,000 BCE, though mainstream archaeologists push for a more conservative date of around 500 CE. However, several layers of sediment covering the site show signs of intense flooding, possibly from glacial meltwater at the end of the last ice age. This aligns perfectly with the global timeline of Cataclysm described in myths and geological records around 12,800 years ago, when the world experienced sudden climate upheaval, megafaunal extinctions, and continent-wide destruction. Could Pumapunku be a remnant of that lost epic, a surviving fragment of pre-cataclysmic civilization, shattered by the same global event that wiped out the mammoths and buried Göbekli Tepe? Satellite imagery reveals that the broader Tiwanaku complex once formed a precise geometric pattern aligned with celestial bodies, particularly the Pleiades and the solstices. The site's orientation suggests a deep astronomical understanding, far beyond what early civilizations were thought to possess. When recalibrated for the shifting of Earth's axis, these alignments place the construction date closer to 11,000 BCE, at the very dawn of post-cataclysmic human recovery. If true, Pumapunku could represent not a primitive beginning, but the last echo of an advanced civilization struggling to rebuild after the Great Reset. There is also the curious matter of erosion. The edges of many Pumapunku stones show signs of weathering inconsistent with their supposed age in mainstream archaeology. Some blocks appear to have been eroded by water and sediment, suggesting that they were once submerged. If the region was indeed affected by massive flooding, as the global flood myth suggests, then Pumapunku might have been destroyed and buried beneath torrents of mud and debris before being rediscovered by later cultures. When one examines the entire picture, the precision, the scale, the inexplicable engineering, and the signs of catastrophic destruction, a haunting narrative emerges. Pumapunku was not built by simple farmers or shepherds. It was created by a culture with profound technological and scientific mastery, a culture that vanished in a single moment of chaos. Its ruins may be the footprints of the gods that myths remember, beings of light and knowledge who rebuilt after the world drowned, leaving behind monuments to mark their presence. And perhaps the most chilling thought of all, the same fingerprints appear elsewhere. The same interlocking H-stones can be found in Egypt, in Peru, and even in parts of the Pacific. The same geometry, the same understanding of vibration and resonance, the same obsession with celestial alignment, all across the globe, in civilizations supposedly separated by oceans and millennia. Could Pumapunku be the missing link in a worldwide network of ancient knowledge, a fragment of forgotten human age, erased by the Great Cataclysm? As the winds howl across the Bolivian plateau and the stars rise above the silent stones, one cannot help but wonder, who built this? And where did they go? Were they our ancestors, or something far older, something that perished when the world reset? The stones of Pumapunku remain silent, yet they seem to hum with memory, a vibration from a time before history, calling to those willing to listen. Across the vast plains of Egypt, where sand swallows time and monuments pierce the horizon like memories of gods, lies a structure so immense and precise that even in our age of technology, it continues to defy full comprehension. The Great Pyramid of Giza. Mainstream historians tell us it was built around 2500 BC by Pharaoh Khufu, a tomb for a single king, constructed over 2 decades by thousands of laborers. Yet beneath that neat story lies a labyrinth of unanswered questions, mathematical impossibilities, and architectural wonders that hint at something far older and far more mysterious. Could the Great Pyramid, the most iconic monument on Earth, be a relic not of Egypt's rise, but of humanity's forgotten past, built by the survivors of a global cataclysm to preserve the memory of the world that came before? The Great Pyramid stands as if it were not built, but grown, rising from the desert with geometric perfection. Its sides are aligned with true north to within 1/20th a degree, a feat of precision we can barely replicate today, even with modern surveying tools. Its base covers over 13 acres, with each side measuring more than 755 feet, and each massive limestone block, some weighing up to 80 tons, fitted so tightly that not even a razor blade can pass between them. The entire structure consists of over 2 3 million stones, arranged in a way that distributes weight flawlessly. No mortar, no steel reinforcement, just stone and cosmic alignment. The question that echoes through time is not simply how it was built, but why. Every detail of the Great Pyramid suggests purpose, a design so advanced that it cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. The height-to-base ratio of the pyramid encodes pi symbol, and phi, the golden ratio. Its orientation aligns perfectly with the cardinal directions, and its internal chambers and shafts mirror the layout of constellations, particularly Orion's belt and Sirius, stars long associated with rebirth and the afterlife in ancient myth. The Great Pyramid is not just architecture. It is mathematics, astronomy, and sacred geometry embodied in stone. What makes this even more intriguing is that no definitive records exist describing how it was built. No ancient texts, no inscriptions inside the pyramid itself. Nothing to indicate that Pharaoh Khufu had anything to do with its construction. The only link between Khufu and the pyramid comes from faint graffiti scrawled in a hidden chamber, possibly added by workers or, as some researchers suggest, by 19th century explorers trying to reinforce the conventional timeline. Why would the Egyptians, who inscribed their achievements on every temple and tomb, leave the greatest of all monuments completely anonymous? Unless, of course, they didn't build it. Some ancient sources hint at this possibility. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, recorded that even the priests of his time did not know who had built the pyramids. They spoke instead of time before the first time, an age when gods walked among men and a great flood reshaped the world. This first time, known in Egyptian as Zep-Tepi, marks the mythical era after Cataclysm, when civilization was re-established by divine beings. Could the pyramids have originated from that era, remnants of a lost, pre-dynastic civilization that survived the flood? Modern researchers have found geological evidence that supports this idea. The Sphinx, located beside the Great Pyramid, shows heavy erosion from water, deep vertical grooves, and wave-like weathering inconsistent with mere wind and sand. This pattern indicates exposure to heavy rainfall, something that hasn't occurred in the Giza region for at least 10,000 years. If the Sphinx predates the desert climate, then the pyramid complex could be equally ancient, possibly built not around 2500 BCE, but closer to 12,000 BC, aligning perfectly with the end of the last ice age and the hypothesized global cataclysm. The Great Pyramid's internal structure adds more fuel to the mystery. Deep within its core are the so-called king's and queen's chambers, connected by narrow shafts that lead upward toward specific stars. These shafts, once thought to be ventilation ducts, have been found to align precisely with Orion's belt in Sirius as they appear around 10,500 BC, the same date encoded in other ancient monuments around the world. It is as though the builders were recording a moment in time, a celestial fingerprint of the heavens as they appeared after the Great Flood, marking the rebirth of civilization. But the pyramid is more than a celestial calendar. Some researchers, including physicists and engineers, have proposed that the Great Pyramid was not a tomb at all, but a resonant energy device, a machine designed to harness the natural vibrations of the earth. Its internal layout, with the granite chambers, angled passageways, and water channels beneath the plateau, forms a structure capable of generating and amplifying sound and electromagnetic energy. Studies using ground-penetrating radar and acoustic measurements have shown that the pyramid shape focuses energy within the king's chamber, producing measurable electromagnetic resonance. If this theory holds, the Great Pyramid may have served as a kind of power generator, not electrical in the modern sense, but an ancient technology that used the Earth's natural frequencies to produce energy or healing vibrations. The underground tunnels beneath the Giza Plateau, filled with signs of water erosion, may have channeled the flow of the Nile's subterranean currents, producing a natural piezoelectric effect through the quartz-rich granite. Ancient legends of the pyramid humming or glowing at night may not be entirely mythical after all. Another astonishing aspect lies in the pyramid geometry. The Great Pyramid's proportions encode not only pi and phi, but also the dimensions of the Earth itself, its circumference, polar radius, and even the ratio between the Earth and the Moon. These numbers are hidden within the structure's measurements, its height, base, and angles, as though the builders had intimate knowledge of planetary science. This knowledge, supposedly discovered only in a modern era, appears to have been understood and immortalized in stone by the ancients. How could a Bronze Age society, with no telescopes or satellites, have known such cosmic mathematics? Unless, as some researchers believe, they inherited that knowledge from a much older, more advanced civilization that had mapped the earth long before the Cataclysm. The Great Pyramid is not an isolated marvel. It is part of a global pattern. Its alignment with Orion mirrors that of the pyramids in Mexico's Teotihuacan. Its dimensions are echoed in megalithic structures from Stonehenge to Machu Picchu. The same sacred geometry, the golden ratio, the use of resonance and astronomical alignments, appears across continents and cultures separated by oceans and time. Could all of these monuments be remnants of a single global civilization that once spanned the earth, a civilization erased in the Great Reset, whose survivors rebuilt fragments of their lost knowledge across the world? The Egyptian priests claimed that their civilization was a remnant of a far older world, a lineage stretching back 36,000 years before the pharaohs. The pyramid, they said, was not a tomb, but a resurrection machine, a bridge between worlds, designed to preserve the essence of life through cycles of destruction and rebirth. In this light, the Great Pyramid becomes more than an artifact. It becomes a message. Its shape, four sides converging to a single point, symbolizes the ascent of spirit, the unification of the earthly and the divine. And perhaps that is its true purpose, a monument to survival. After the world drowned, the survivors of the previous age may have built the Great Pyramid as a beacon of memory, encoding within it the secrets of time, mathematics, and the cosmos, so that even if humanity forgot everything one day, when the ice melted and the sands receded, the truth would stand revealed again. As the sun sets over Giza, the stones glow with golden light, silent, immovable, eternal. Yet beneath their stillness lies a story written in geometry and starlight, the story of a world destroyed and reborn. The Great Pyramid, perhaps, is not just a monument of Egypt, but a monument of humanity, a reminder of what we once were, and a warning of what we may face again if the cycle repeats. Far to the north of Egypt, hidden beneath layers of ice and legend, lies a landscape that may hold the key to one of humanity's greatest mysteries. For centuries, explorers, mystics, and scholars have whispered the name with awe and longing: Atlantis, a lost civilization said to have vanished in a single night of fire and flood, swallowed by the sea after defying the gods. Mainstream historians call it a myth, a philosophical allegory invented by Plato. Yet across the globe, clues have emerged that suggest Atlantis might not have been fiction at all, but the last great civilization of the pre-cataclysmic world, erased in the same event that reset humanity. Plato's account, written in Timaeus and Critias, describes a vast island beyond the Pillars of Heracles, the modern Strait of Gibraltar. It was a powerful empire, rich in technology, architecture, and spiritual wisdom, possessing a navy that ruled the seas. In a single day and night of misfortune, Plato wrote, the island of Atlantis disappeared beneath the waves. For generations, scholars dismissed this as metaphor. But what if it wasn't? What if Plato was recounting a memory, not a fantasy, but of history preserved through oral tradition, stretching back thousands of years before his time? The most striking aspect of Plato's account is its precision. He gives exact dimensions to the island, details its concentric canals, temples, and mountains, and even describes its natural resources, metals like orichalcum, a red gold alloy unknown to classical Greece. He claims that Atlantis existed 9,000 years before Solon, roughly 11,600 years ago, a date that perfectly matches the end of the Younger Dryas and the proposed global cataclysm that nearly wiped humanity from the face of the earth. Could this be mere coincidence? Or was Plato recording the memory of a real civilization that perished in that event? Geological and satellite evidence now hint that Atlantis might have been real, though not where we expect it. Across the Atlantic, several submerged structures have been detected near the Azores Islands, a volcanic archipelago that fits Plato's description of being beyond the pillars. Beneath the ocean floor, sonar mapping has revealed what appear to be geometric shapes and massive foundations buried under layers of sediment. The Azores Plateau itself rises sharply from the mid-Atlantic ridge, and scientists acknowledge that portions of it may have once been above sea level, precisely when Plato said Atlantis thrived. But the Azores are not the only candidate. Some researchers point toward the Rick Hat structure in Mauritania, a massive, concentric geological formation in the Sahara Desert, visible from space and eerily resembling Plato's description of the circular city of Atlantis. The Rikat structure, also called the Eye of the Sahara, measures about 23 kilometers across and once lay near a coastline when the Sahara was lush and green. Satellite imagery shows traces of ancient waterways and possible man-made alignment surrounding it. Could this have been the capital of Atlantis, later buried under sand after the Cataclysm transformed Africa's climate? Even more tantalizing is the geological timing. Around 12,800 years ago, a sudden and catastrophic melting event swept across the globe. Massive floods surged through continents. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and entire land masses were submerged. If an advanced coastal civilization existed during that time, one capable of maritime navigation and megalithic construction, its cities would now lie beneath hundreds of meters of ocean. In recent decades, divers have discovered sunken ruins off the coast of India, Japan, and the Caribbean, ancient walls, roads, and temple foundations, some dating back to the very period of the Cataclysm. The city of Dwarka off India's west coast, for example, lies more than 100 feet underwater and features perfectly cut stone blocks and anchors, radiocarbon dated to at least 9,500 BCE. Every culture has its own version of the Atlantis story. In Mesoamerica, the Aztecs spoke of Aztlan, a shining island homeland destroyed by fire and flood. The Maya spoke of a lost land called Mu. In Polynesian legend, there's Hawaii, the sunken ancestral homeland. Even the Norse myth of Asgard tells of a great northern realm lost in an age of ice and thunder. These myths, separated by oceans and millennia, describe the same pattern: an advanced world consumed by catastrophe, from which survivors fled to seed new civilizations. Could these scattered stories all be fragments of the same forgotten history? The fall of Atlantis remembered in different tongues? One of the most compelling modern theories, proposed by independent researcher Randall Carlson and popularized by Graham Hancock, suggests that Atlantis was not a single island, but a global civilization, a network of interconnected cultures that shared advanced knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and Earth's energy systems. According to this view, Atlantis was not destroyed by divine wrath, but by a cosmic impact, fragment of a comet striking the planet, triggering fires, floods, and a rapid ice melt. This event, recorded in myths of fire from the sky and days of darkness, would have annihilated most of humanity, leaving behind only a few scattered survivors. These survivors, perhaps the Atlanteans, became the civilizing heroes of post-cataclysmic cultures, the gods and sages who retaught agriculture, astronomy, and building techniques to the primitive humans who remained. Archaeological anomalies seem to echo this idea. The precise megalithic construction seen at Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, and Cusco appears suddenly and without precedent, as if a group of people with advanced skills emerged from nowhere. The same astronomical alignments, particularly toward Orion and Sirius, appear in sites across the world, from Egypt to Peru. Even the symbol of concentric circles, the very emblem of Atlantis, recurs in ancient art, from the petroglyphs of the Americas to Celtic carvings and Aboriginal rock paintings. It's as though the memory of Atlantis was deliberately preserved, encoded into the myths and monuments of the survivors. But what if Atlantis itself wasn't just a physical place, but a state of knowledge? Many esoteric traditions, from Hermeticism to Theosophy, claim that Atlantis represented a high civilization where science and spirituality were united. Its downfall came not merely from natural disaster, but from moral decay, the misuse of power, arrogance, and the separation of humanity from its sacred origins. In this sense, the sinking of Atlantis could symbolize both a literal event and a spiritual fall, a warning that echoes through every age. Modern science, however, has begun to catch up in surprising ways. Oceanic core samples reveal layers of microglass spherules and platinum anomalies around 12,800 years old, evidence of cosmic impact, exactly matching the supposed date of Atlantis' destruction. Beneath Greenland's ice, radar imaging has revealed what appears to be an impact crater nearly 30 kilometers wide, proof that something massive struck the Earth near the end of the Ice Age. The correlation is uncanny. If Atlantis was real, its annihilation would fit perfectly within this event, the last great catastrophe to reset the world. If we look closer, we find that the legacy of Atlantis may not have vanished completely. Ancient architecture, sacred geometry, and even modern belief systems carry fragments of its wisdom. The pyramid, symbol of stability, ascent in cosmic order, might have originated there. The use of advanced mathematics and astronomical encoding might have been Atlantean knowledge passed down to Egypt, Sumer, and the Americas. Even linguistic traces, such as root words in ancient tongues that share no common origin, may hint at a once unified civilization that spread across the globe before being shattered by Cataclysm. Perhaps the most chilling possibility is this. If humanity truly reset after Atlantis, then we are now standing at the same point in the cycle, advanced, proud, and unaware how fragile our world really is. The ancients may have left us warnings carved in stone, encoded in myths and aligned with the stars, reminders that all empires fall, and that knowledge without wisdom invites destruction. Atlantis, then, is not just a lost continent. It is the mirror of humanity's fate. Whether it lies beneath the waves of the Atlantic, buried in the Sahara, or hidden under the Antarctic ice, its story is our story. A tale of brilliance and hubris, of creation and annihilation, of light swallowed by the sea, and the survivors who rebuilt the world from its ruins. Throughout ancient myths, one theme echoes again and again: the sky fire, the falling star, the world that burned. From Native American legends of the sky serpent to the Sumerian tale of Anu's flaming wrath, the memory of something cosmic, something catastrophic, remains deeply ingrained in humanity's oldest stories. Modern science, surprisingly, is beginning to confirm what these myths describe. Evidence from ice cores and sediment layers reveals layers of microscopic spherules, melted glass, and platinum anomalies, signs of ancient impact events. Around 12,800 years ago, a massive celestial object may have struck or exploded over the northern hemisphere, triggering the sudden cooling of the Younger Dryas. This event would have unleashed continent-wide wildfires, megafauna extinctions, and floods of unimaginable scale. To the survivors, it must have seemed like the end of the world, a fiery judgment from the heavens. The Earth's surface was reshaped, coastlines redrawn, and climates shattered overnight. If such a catastrophe truly occurred, then it may have erased not just animals and forests, but an entire global civilization, one advanced enough to leave behind astronomical monuments and myths of the stars. Perhaps that's why ancient temples around the world are aligned not to the present sky, but to the stars as they appear before the cataclysm, a snapshot of the heavens before the fall. After the skies burned and the ice melted, the earth entered an age of turmoil, a time when fire, flood, and darkness seemed to rewrite the surface of the planet itself. The Younger Dryas event, once considered a mere climatic anomaly, now stands as one of the most mysterious and devastating chapters in Earth's recent history. It struck around 12,800 years ago, when the world was already warming after the Ice Age. But then, something happened, something sudden. Temperatures plummeted, glaciers returned, and global chaos followed. The official explanation remains uncertain. Some scientists blame massive meltwater releases disrupting ocean currents. Others, however, point to far more dramatic evidence: a cosmic impact. Across North America and parts of Europe, researchers have discovered a strange black layer in the soil, filled with nanodiamonds, platinum, magnetic spherules, and melted glass beads, signs of intense heat and pressure. This thin but global black mat marks a moment when fire swept across continents, obliterating life in an instant. What followed was devastation. Megafauna like mammoths, mastodons, and giant ground sloths disappeared. Human populations dwindled, and entire cultures vanished from the archaeological record. Yet, in this aftermath of extinction, something remarkable began to stir: the rebirth of civilization. Around the very same time, we see the sudden appearance of advanced settlements. Places like Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, Jericho in the Levant, and Catalhoyuk in Anatolia. These sites appear almost overnight, with architecture, astronomical symbolism, and organizational complexity far beyond what hunter-gatherer societies should have achieved. It is as if the survivors of an older, lost civilization emerged from hiding, carrying fragments of ancient knowledge, stories of the stars, and memories of a world that had burned. Göbekli Tepe, especially, stands as a silent witness to this transition. Its stone pillars, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and celestial symbols, seem to commemorate a great loss, perhaps even the event that destroyed the world before. Some researchers, like Dr. Martin Sweatman, suggest that the carvings represent a memorial of the impact itself, encoding astronomical data that aligns with the date of the Younger Dryas. The vulture stone, for example, depicts falling symbols interpreted as fragments from the sky, a cosmic disaster carved into stone by those who lived through it. But what's even more mysterious is that Göbekli Tepe was intentionally buried around 9,500 BC, preserved beneath tons of earth as if its builders wanted to protect it for future generations. Why would anyone bury such a monument unless they feared another catastrophe was coming? Perhaps it was an act of preservation, a message left in stone for the next humanity that would rise after the next reset. Other sites tell a similar story. Jericho's earliest layers show walls and towers constructed with astonishing precision, built to withstand floods or invasions. Catalhoyuk reveals complex housing patterns, ritual spaces, and symbolic art suggesting a deep connection with cycles of death and rebirth. It's as if these societies were trying to rebuild order from cosmic chaos, piecing together fragments of memory in a world forever changed. What makes this period even more haunting is the universal mythic echo it left behind. The Sumerians spoke of an age when gods destroyed the world with fire and water. The Egyptians remembered Zep Tepi the first time, when civilization was restored after darkness. The Greeks told of Phaethon, who lost control of the chariot of the sun and set the earth ablaze. Across the world, from the Aztec five suns to the Norse Ragnarok, humanity remembered the same story. The world ended once and will end again. Perhaps the Younger Dryas was not just a natural disaster. It was the reset that wiped the slate clean. The memory of that destruction, passed down through myth and encoded in stone, became the foundation of every culture that followed. Humanity's story may not be one of steady progress, but of cycles, creation, destruction, and rebirth. Those who survived the last cataclysm carried a secret, that civilization had lived before, and in their monuments, their myths, and their mathematics, they left us clues, fragments of an older world waiting to be remembered. Across the world, ancient ruins tell stories of impossible precision. Monuments align not to random stars, but to cosmic events long past. The Great Pyramid of Giza, perfectly oriented to true north, mirrors the stars of Orion's belt. Angkor Wat in Cambodia reflects a precession of the equinoxes in its layout. And Teotihuacan in Mexico aligns with celestial bodies across millennia. These alignments suggest more than religious devotion. They imply knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and geodesy far beyond what conventional history allows. How could civilizations separated by oceans and time construct monuments tuned to the same cosmic rhythm? Some theorists propose an ancient global network, a civilization that measured the Earth as a unified system. Evidence of this emerges in consistent geometry. The same sacred ratios, the same alignments, the same stellar correlations. The builders seem to know the size and curvature of our planet long before modern science. Could these monuments be messages, a map, or perhaps a warning, left by a world that once fell? If they recorded the stars as they appeared thousands of years ago, then perhaps they were marking the moment of the last cataclysm, a cosmic timestamp preserved in stone. The ancients didn't just watch the heavens, they recorded its cycles. And those cycles, written in architecture, may tell us when the sky will change again. As we trace these celestial patterns, a haunting idea emerges. Ancient people weren't only measuring time, they were counting down. Many of their myths and monuments speak of an age of fire or age of water, recurring every few thousand years. The Mayan long count, the Hindu yugas, and the Egyptian Zep Tepi all describe cosmic resets, epochs destroyed by natural or celestial forces. Modern science now confirms that the Earth's climate and magnetic field fluctuate on cycles strikingly similar to those recorded in myth. Ice cores and sediment layers reveal repeating catastrophes, floods, volcanic winters, magnetic reversals, each capable of collapsing civilizations overnight. What's remarkable is that ancient astronomer priests seem to understand these cycles intimately. The precession of the equinoxes, a 26,000-year wobble of Earth's axis, was encoded into temples and zodiacs worldwide. To them, time wasn't linear, it was circular. Every age ended where it began. Perhaps they built their monuments not just to honor the stars, but to warn future generations when the cycle would turn again. We may now be approaching that same astronomical alignment, the end of one age and the silent beginning of another. If time itself moves in cycles, then humanity's story is one of rebirth after destruction. Every civilization rises, reaches brilliance, and then falls, often with eerie similarities. The Sumerians, the Maya, the Egyptians, the Indus Valley, all flourished suddenly, peaked, and vanished. Their knowledge didn't fade gradually. It disappeared almost overnight. Why? Ancient legends offer one explanation. The world ended and began again. Floods, fire, earthquakes, or the wrath of the gods erased everything. But what if those gods were not divine beings at all, but natural forces unleashed in cosmic rhythm? Archaeology reveals evidence of abrupt resets, black layers of soot, sudden cultural breaks, and lost technologies never reappearing for millennia. In many cases, survivors appeared elsewhere, rebuilding with fragments of the past, as if guided by memory. Perhaps our ancestors knew that destruction was inevitable. Their goal wasn't to escape it, but to preserve wisdom through it. Carving knowledge into stone, aligning monuments to the stars, ensuring that even if everything else vanished, the message would endure. We are the inheritors of that message, the children of those who rebuilt the world. And just like them, we may be standing at the edge of another great turning of the cosmic wheel. Across ancient ruins, one mystery repeats. The symbols of cycles, spirals, serpents, and suns devouring themselves. From a Mayan calendar to the Egyptian Ankh, these icons may represent more than art. They may encode the rhythm of destruction and rebirth. Civilizations seemed obsessed with cosmic time, tracking the heavens as if they feared something written in the stars. Ancient astronomer priests across cultures built observatories. Chichen Itza, Nabta Playa, Stonehenge, all aligned with solstices and star paths. Were they predicting harvest or watching for the return of a cosmic threat? Many ancient myths speak of ages of the sun, each ending in fire, flood, or darkness, suggesting a collective memory of repeated resets. Even the Maya long count calendar, often misinterpreted as predicting the end, describes time as cyclical, not linear. Every great cycle ends, not in oblivion, but in renewal. The Aztecs, too, believed 4 worlds had already been destroyed and humanity lived in the fragile 5th. Science now supports the same idea: Earth's climate, magnetic field, and even orbital stability shift in cycles. Each phase brings transformation, sometimes chaos. What ancient myth expressed in story, geology records in stone. Perhaps these ancient timekeepers were warning us. History is in progress, it's repetition. And as our own age of technology reaches its peak, we may be approaching the same threshold that ended worlds before ours. Hidden beneath myth and ruin lies a chilling possibility. Ancient survivors may have passed their knowledge forward, shaping the rise of later civilizations. Around the world, legends speak of bringers of light, mysterious teachers who appeared after the flood to rebuild society. The Sumerians called him Oans, the fishman from the sea. The Egyptians spoke of Thoth, the Mayans Kukulkan, the Incas Viracocha, all gods who came from the waters, teaching writing, architecture, and astronomy. Could these beings have been the remnants of an earlier, advanced culture, refugees from a destroyed world? Their sudden appearance in post-cataclysmic myths seems too consistent to dismiss. Each is described as wise, human-like, and bearing forgotten knowledge. Archaeology reveals a similar pattern. Advanced agricultural and architectural systems appear abruptly around 10,000 BC, without clear evolutionary roots. Sites like Göbekli Tepe emerge fully formed, suggesting instruction rather than invention. What if those gods were simply humans who remembered, survivors of the reset, passing on fragments of lost science? Over generations, their memory became myth, their wisdom divine. Every ancient culture claims descent from beings who arrived after the destruction. Perhaps they weren't gods at all, just the last scientists, engineers, and astronomers of the world before ours. And if their message was preserved in stone, it may not have been worship but warning. Among the ruins of the old world lies a riddle carved into silence, the impossible technology of the ancients. Megaliths weighing hundreds of tons cut with laser-like precision, magnetic alignments spanning continents, and forgotten energy systems embedded in stone. From Pumapunka's interlocking blocks to the geometric perfection of the Great Pyramid, these structures defy explanation by primitive tools. Engineers today admit they cannot replicate some of these feats with modern machinery. How did Bronze Age builders move stones heavier than jumbo jets, align them to celestial precision, and encode mathematical constants like pi in 5,000 years before recorded discovery? Some researchers suggest lost technologies, sound levitation, geopolymers, or even electromagnetic manipulation, techniques erased in the Great Reset. Others see the marks of ancient engineering schools, global in scope, working from a shared system of sacred geometry. The evidence grows stranger with scale. Megalithic sites across the globe align perfectly with one another, forming a network that seems deliberately connected. From Easter Island to Giza to Machu Picchu, all resonate with astronomical and mathematical precision, as if built from one blueprint. Perhaps this was a legacy of a civilization advanced not by machines, but by understanding resonance, vibration, and the living energy of the earth. When the cataclysm struck, their tools vanished, but their monuments endured. The stones remember, and through them, we may yet rediscover what our ancestors once knew before the world reset. Across the ancient world, myths speak of fire raining from the heavens, a celestial punishment that reshaped the earth. Modern science now confirms that such events have occurred. Asteroid impacts, comet explosions, and solar outbursts have all left scars on our planet. The Younger Dryas impact, nearly 12,800 years ago, may have triggered fires, floods, and the sudden cooling that ended the Ice Age. These cosmic events are not isolated. They are part of a recurring pattern. Layers of molten glass, nanodiamonds, and iridium across continents suggest repeated strikes. Ancient monuments, aligned with constellations like Taurus and the Pleiades, hint that early sky watchers were tracking celestial cycles, possibly predict another disaster. Legends echo the same fear. The Aztec god destroyed world with fire. Hindu texts describe weapons of the gods blazing like suns, and Greek myths tell of Phaeton falling from the sky. These may not be metaphors, but memories of real, planet-altering events. Even solar storms, invisible to ancient science, may have inspired myths of flaming disks and spears of light. Tree-ring anomalies and radiation spikes show that massive solar outbursts have struck before. Could they come again? The answer may lie in cycles written in the stars. Astronomers warn of large fragments hidden within the Taurid meteor stream, the same cosmic field possibly responsible for past destruction. As Earth passes through it again in our time, ancient warnings echo louder than ever. The fire that fell once may fall again. Beneath our feet may lie the last surviving traces of the world before the reset. Ancient texts, from the Hopi legends of the Ant People to tales of Agartha and Shambhala, speak of refuge beneath the earth, cities where survivors waited for the surface to heal. Could these be memories of real underground civilizations? Archaeological discoveries hint yes. In Turkey's Derinkuyu, engineers carved a city descending 18 levels underground, with living quarters, stables, and sealed tunnels of protection. No one knows who built it or why. Could it have been a shelter from the last global cataclysm? Similar mysteries linger beneath Egypt's sands, where sealed tunnels beneath the Sphinx are rumored to conceal ancient records. In Antarctica, radar scans reveal geometric anomalies beneath the ice, perhaps remnants of an age before the poles froze. From Varka's sunken ruins off India's coast to Yanaguni's terraces beneath Japan's seas, humanity's lost architecture seems deliberately hidden, preserved beneath stone, sea, or ice. It's as if the survivors of an ancient apocalypse buried their world, or built a new one underground, to protect their knowledge from the next disaster. As technology unveils what lies below, from LiDAR scans of hidden Amazon cities to deep radar imaging in Cappadocia, the truth becomes harder to ignore. Earth's surface may only be the latest layer of civilization, and the real story, the proof of our forgotten age, may still sleep beneath us, waiting to be found. If humanity truly reset after a global cataclysm, then history is not a straight line. It's a circle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. Every civilization rises, flourishes, and falls, leaving behind fragments for the next to rediscover. We are not the first to build cities, map the stars, or dream of eternity. We may only be the latest. Ancient myths, ruins, and cosmic scars all point to the same truth. Humanity has amnesia. The flood stories, the fire legends, the buried monuments. They are not isolated tales, but echoes of the last reset. Around 12,800 years ago, something struck Earth, ending the Ice Age and beginning our current age of civilization. Science calls it coincidence. Myth calls it punishment. But perhaps it was simply nature's cycle, a celestial rhythm that erases and renews life on Earth. And if these cycles continue, we may already be nearing the next turning point. Yet, unlike our ancestors, we have knowledge. We can track asteroids, measure solar flares, and read the warnings written in stone. The ancients watched the skies with fear. We can do so with understanding. Their message was simple. Remember, if we remember, if we prepare, the next reset doesn't have to destroy us. It could awaken us, because the end of one age is always the beginning of another. And perhaps this time, we can carry forward what the last world lost.